The disciples of the Tai King sect were a little surprised. I didn't expect a survivor. It's the Blood Soul sect master, however. Yichuan wasn't surprised. If the Blood Soul sect was really so easy to deal with, they probably wouldn't have been so arrogant for so long. The hearts of the Tai King sect disciples were in their throats when they saw the sect master of the Blood Soul sect preparing to make a big move. After all, they knew that the sect master of the Blood Soul sect had a secret technique. He could both summon real evil ghosts for his own use and enhance his strength. Instantly, the world suddenly changed color. Foul energy that was many times thicker than with Tai King sect previously gathered there. The aura of the Blood Soul sect master continued to rise until it reached the peak of sky rank. The black mist wrapped around him as if it was nurturing something, looking extremely ominous. Even the others could sense the ghastly horror inside and felt a little uncomfortable. If the sect master of the Blood Soul sect really released it, everyone would probably be doomed. I want you to pay the price for this. I'll imprison your souls in hell forever, enslaving you and making you unable to reincarnate. After saying the terrifying curse, he laughed strangely, and the blood-red color in his eyes almost solidified. He stared at the people of the Tai King sect, almost to the extent of guaranteeing them nightmares at night. Even if they wanted to attack, they couldn't get close to him. Furthermore, based on their current strength, they couldn't cause any harm to the current sect master. They had already used up all the water and fire talismans in their hands. The Tai King sect disciples were extremely flustered. They quickly looked at Yichuan. Elder Yi, what should we do? They had encountered an unexpected troublesome existence. The terrifying aura that came from the Blood Soul sect master made almost everyone not dare to move, let alone resist. They felt immense pressure just by taking a few steps. When he saw that the leader was only a level 2 human, he laughed even more arrogantly. You bunch of ant, you're simply looking for death. Just as the shadow behind the sect master was about to take form, Yichuan made his move. You're too noisy. Dropping just a few words, he condensed his hands and threw out countless water and fire talismans, filling them with spiritual power. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had thought that the previous number of talismans was the limit, but Yichuan had more. By gathering all the giant balls of energy together, Yichuan condensed them into a small ball the size of a fingernail. That made the energy more concentrated. It contained such terrifying energy that even the sect master of the Blood Soul sect trembled. That's Yichuan reached out and flicked. Go! The water droplet-shaped energy was wrapped in raging flames, penetrating through the layers of black mist. The originally ferocious black mist seemed to have met its natural enemy at that moment and could not avoid it in time. An unprecedented chill swept through the Blood Soul sect master body. It was too late for him to escape, and the small ball landed between his brows. Arg! With a grunt, the sect master of the Blood Soul sect, who had been so domineering a moment ago, was in so much pain that he almost rolled on the ground. The black aura on his body seemed to have been devoured by something and dissipated completely. In the next second, only a human-shaped shadow was left on the ground. As everything happened so quickly, everyone was dumbfounded. The crowd looked at the Blood Soul sect, which was in ruins, in disbelief. Only the ashes of their disciples were left. The previously magnificent and huge building was reduced to nothing just like that. Those watching could not help but say, the battle is over, thanks to Yichuan. They didn't suffer any losses. It was simply unbelievable. The newly established Tai King sect had actually beaten the famous Blood Soul sect to the point where they couldn't even fight back. Furthermore, they had no casualties. Looking at the black shadow on the ground, those of the Tai King sect were still wondering how the formidable sect master of the Blood Soul sect fell so easily, without even getting to use his ultimate move. They could not help but show sympathy in their eyes. Why did you have to provoke Elder Yi for nothing? It seems that the Blood Soul sect is nothing much. Aren't you being too arrogant? Elder Yi did almost all the work. If you went against any of their elders, I'm sure you'd have lost all courage. The few disciples teased each other, but when they thought about it, it seemed that they really did not contribute anything. If the people from the Blood Soul sect were still alive, they would definitely be filled with regret. Along with inexhaustible spiritual power, Yichuan used water and fire talismans freely as if they were infinite. It was an invincible combination akin to a cheat key. Who could stand having to die without being given any time to react? In fact, the strength of the Blood Soul sect was not so weak. It was just that Yichuan caught them off guard and even used a big killing move. If it had been a head-on confrontation, the Tai King sect people would have had no chance of winning at all. But who would have thought that Yixuan would throw such a curveball? One could only sigh. It was probably fate that the Blood Soul sect, which dominated a region and committed many evil deeds, had been destroyed just like that. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of consuming 50,000 water and fire talismans. Mission reward, 2,000 prodigal points. Hearing the notification sound in his mind, Yixuan revealed a satisfied smile. The trip was quite fruitful. Meanwhile, Shanhai, Zai Yixuan, and a few other powerful elders were gathered. The fifth elder could not help but ask, "Is it really okay for us to be like this?" After he finished speaking, he worriedly looked over at the Tai King sect. Did something happen with the sect? What could happen? I asked the sixth elder before, and he said that the Great Mountain Protection Array can hold up for a while. At most, they will be injured, but nothing serious will happen. If we go back at the critical moment and save everyone from the crisis, those disciples will definitely be grateful to us. At that time, they will know who is truly worthy of following. Zai Yixuan's family background was extraordinary. He had long received news that the Blood Soul sect might make a move on the Tai King sect. He wanted to use the opportunity to improve his prestige in the sect. It turned out that the reason why those powerful elders were so coincidentally not currently with the sect was that they had coordinated beforehand. Zai Yixuan snorted. If we continue to sit here and wait, I'm afraid the entire Tai King sect will revere Yixuan. When that time comes, there won't be a place for us. Many elders agreed with those words. Originally, they didn't take Yixuan, who was of a low level, seriously. So what if the sect master handpicked the head of the elders? How could a rank 2 human realm warrior get chosen? Who would have thought that Yixuan was so good at buying people's hearts with night luminescent pearls, crystal ice chalcedony, water and fire talismans, and so on? From the sect master to the disciples, there was no one he couldn't bribe. He had even bought over a few of the elders. That was why not all the elders had participated in the plan. I think after this incident, they should understand that those things are just worldly possessions. So what if they have a lot of spirit stones or wealth? In the face of great strength, everything is just fleeting clouds. If Yixuan was standing in front of them, he would definitely tell them that they were overthinking it. One must know that even when the weakest person ever smacked a stack of water and fire talismans down, the victim would be killed by the explosive damage. As the saying goes, quality over quantity. Elder Zai is right. I'm sure the sect master will understand that that brat is of no use. When the time comes, we'll jointly expel him. Zai Yixuan's plan was good, but they underestimated Yixuan. Shanhai got up slowly. Now, it's time for us to go back and be the saviors. In the minds of the elders, they could already see the disciples jumping for joy and cheering at them. However, he realized that the entrance of the Tai King sect was completely silent. There was not a single person, not even the Blood Soul sect. The situation was a little different from what they had imagined. The second elder's gaze fell on Zai Yixuan. Elder Zai, didn't you say that the Blood Soul sect would attack? Look at this. It doesn't look like an attack. That's impossible, Zai Yixuan said with a frown. I received accurate news that the Blood Soul sect will indeed make their move today. Could it be that they had already broken in? But even so, there should have been conflicts and disputes. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so quiet. Could it be that your information is wrong, or that the Blood Soul sect has suddenly given up? The crowd walked in hesitantly and found the disciples of the Tai King sect and the Shang Yun sect in the square, which were both also thinking about life. Meanwhile, the Blood Soul sect and the others were all tied up on the ground. Zai Yixuan, Shanhai, and the others looked at each other and saw the shock on each other's faces. The scene was completely different from what they had imagined. Logically, they thought that without the sect master present and the few powerful elders present to hold down the fort, those before them simply did not have the strength to fight back against the Blood Soul sect's arrival. The third elder lowered his voice. The situation doesn't seem right. Zai Yixuan's face turned pale. I know. You don't have to tell me that. Shanhai was the first to ask. What happened? The disciples of the Tai King sect told Shanhai, Zai Yixuan, and the others what they had said to the Shang Yun sect. The elders looked incredulous. You're saying that Yixuan went to cause trouble for the Blood Soul sect? They took a deep breath. Are you guys looking for death? As they weren't at the scene, they didn't know what had happened. They couldn't imagine how Yixuan had easily crushed the attack of the Blood Soul sect. Yixuan has gone crazy. Why didn't you stop him? The Blood Soul sect's base camp is not somewhere you can break into as you please. These bastards were only sent by them to spearhead the attack. There must be many experts in the Blood Soul sect. You would be lucky to even land a scratch on them, but you still provoked them. The Blood Soul sect disciples and elders on the ground were all severely injured, so Zai Yixuan did not know what their cultivation levels were. If he had known, he would not have said such things. But the disciples of the Tai King sect wanted to explain, but were interrupted by Shen Hai and the others. But what? Hurry up and catch him back. I think you guys have really gone crazy under Yixuan's leadership. Yixuan thinks that he can settle everything with spirit stones because of his wealth. In the eyes of the Blood Soul sect, he's just a foolish fat sheep that voluntarily knocks on their door and sacrifices himself. He's hopelessly stupid. It's fine if he's going to die alone, but he dragged our entire Tai King sect into this. He doesn't know the consequences of his actions. Just as Zai Yixuan and the others were cursing and thinking that Yixuan had caused a huge mess, a deep male voice suddenly rang out. "Who are you calling a fat sheep?" Zai Yixuan replied without thinking. Of course it's. After seeing who it was, everyone was stunned. Yixuan and the others appeared in front of them unscathed, completely different from the sorry state they had imagined. Zai Yixuan blurted out subconsciously, "You're back so soon." The people from the Tai King sect and Shang Yun sect were in disbelief. Yixuan and the others had only been gone for a short while. Could it be that the Blood Soul sect had already been dealt with in such a short time? Shen Hai looked them up and down. They didn't have any injuries. However, the Blood Soul sect was powerful. It was said that the sect leader alone was already a sky rank, not to mention the elders. None of them were easy to deal with. Moreover, they were either bandits or had committed many evil deeds. Otherwise, the nearby major sects wouldn't be so afraid of them. No, you didn't attack the Blood Soul sect at all. After listening to Shen Hai's words, everyone loosened up. Even those from the Tai King sect who did not join the trip thought so and could not help but feel relieved. After all, the Blood Soul sect was not easy to deal with. They did not want to get themselves into trouble. While Shen Hai and the others couldn't help but show a look of contempt, the third elder said in a strange tone, "I thought Elder Yi really went to find trouble with the Blood Soul sect. Seems like it was just a bluff." Zai Yixuan took the opportunity to attack. "Elder Yi, you're too rash. Even if you managed to block the Blood Soul sect's attack, you just got lucky. Yet you're still thinking of attacking the Blood Soul sect. Fat hope. It's inevitable for young people to lose their cool and think that they'll have a chance after capturing a few people from the Blood Soul sect. However, in my opinion, Elder Yi, you need to think twice before acting. The Great Elder and the others are right. Elder Yi, what you're doing is too dangerous. All of us from the Tai King sect combined are no match for the Blood Soul sect, let alone you with the few people you brought." The crowd chimed in, not noticing that the people on Yixuan's side were looking at them as if they were fools. What crap were they saying? Lai Yu almost couldn't help but curse internally. Just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by Yixuan. Then, "Great Elder," Yixuan said with a dry smile. "May I ask, where were you when the sect was in trouble?" He had found it strange before. All at the same time, those powerful elders were not in the sect. One or two of them missing would be understandable, but it was too much of a coincidence for all of them to be gone. Now that Shen Hai, Zai Yixuan, and the others had appeared together, it further confirmed Yixuan's guess. Facing Yixuan's deep eyes, for some reason, the elders felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, as if they had been seen through. Zai Yixuan replied calmly, "The few of us have a secret mission. That's why we left the sect. We rushed back as soon as we received the news." "Why, do you have doubts, Elder Yi?" So what if Yixuan was suspicious? He didn't have any evidence. But it was a pity that the originally flawless plan had been ruined by Yixuan. They didn't know that an even greater blow was yet to come. Yixuan said slowly, "Then, since we're already out of the woods, I have a mission for you to finish." When Shen Hai, Zai Yixuan, and the others heard that, they suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. Although Yixuan was the head of all the elders, it had always been in name only. They did not believe in him in their hearts and just barely maintained the peace on the surface. Yixuan probably knew his own limits, and it was the first time he gave orders like that. The fourth elder smiled coldly and said, "I wonder what instructions you have for me." Anyone could hear the indifference and ridicule in his words. Although the Blood Soul sect has already been reduced to ruins, there should still be many treasures left. Retrieve them and store them in our warehouse. Hearing that, everyone's mouth fell open, and they looked at Yixuan in disbelief. Elder Yi, I'm afraid you haven't woken up from your sleep today. What are you talking about? The Blood Soul sect, reduced to ruins? You're bragging too much. Did you annihilate the Blood Soul sect in such a short time? Were they already dead, or did they stand there for you to beat? Elder Yi, I must say that while your strength is lacking, you have a pretty strong imagination. Your eloquence is truly impressive to say that the large Blood Soul sect was destroyed by you. The disciples behind Yixuan recalled the scene back then. It had seemed like the Blood Soul sect was beaten up on the spot. Even their sect master had not been spared. Lai Yu finally couldn't hold back. The third elder, just because you can't do it doesn't mean that Elder Yi can't do it. Shen Hai, Zai Yixuan, and the others were furious. It was equivalent to saying that they were not as good as Yixuan. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to take a look. When Zai Yixuan heard Yixuan's words, his heart skipped a beat. Even the Shang Yun sect could not believe it. The third elder decided to fight Yixuan to the end. All right, then I'll personally go and see if what you said is true. Shen Hai, the second elder, and the others set off in a grandiose manner. The people from the Shang Yun sect also ran over to watch the show. However, after seeing the scene in front of them clearly, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Are we really in the right place? Yun Chanyi asked with a trembling voice. Is this the Blood Soul sect? There wasn't even a trace of the Blood Soul sect in the ruins before them other than bits of bloodied skeleton bones. Everyone had such a shocked expression. It was as if the place had been razed to the ground by some powerful force. Who would have thought that the sect that once dominated a region and committed all sorts of evil would end up in such a tragic way? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the elders would not have believed it. The Tai King sect had only been established for a short time, yet it had already gone up against the Blood Soul sect and even reduced them to ruins. Was it really a human who did it? It was simply too ruthless. Even the people from the Shangyun sect could not help but exclaim, Elder Yi is awesome. Shen Hai, Zai Yixuan, and the others, having heard the same line over and over in their own sect, darkened their faces immediately. What kind of monsters are these people from the Tai King sect? They even dared to attack the Blood Soul sect, and most importantly, they won. In the eyes of the Shangyun sect, it was akin to an egg shattering against a rock without breaking. It was extremely ridiculous and unrealistic. Yun Chanyi, quick on the uptake, knew he couldn't afford to offend the Tai King sect. Congratulations to your sect. Now that the biggest problem has been solved, you no longer have any worries. His words were obvious. After all, even the enemy's base camp had been taken care of. There was no need to worry about anyone seeking revenge. Furthermore, the Blood Soul sect had committed many evil deeds and had bad relations with other sects. Even if the other sects learned of the matter, they wouldn't say anything. Instead, they would praise the Tai King sect for punishing evil and promoting good. In the face of Yun Tianyi's congratulatory words, Shen Hai and Zai Yixuan's expressions were not any better. All they could hear was praise for Yixuan. Their expressions were as if they had swallowed something bad. Yixuan's level 2 human rank cultivation is fake. After all, he annihilated the Blood Soul sect. The fourth elder couldn't help but curse. The tables had turned on them. After this incident, it was easy to imagine Yixuan's reputation and prestige in the sect. The third elder felt his vision go dark. He took a deep breath. Then what should we do now, having mocked Yixuan earlier and said such harsh words? They really regretted their actions to death. Yun Chanyi wasn't stupid. From their conversation, he could tell that Shen Hai, Zai Yixuan, and the others were demeaning Yixuan. They probably didn't have a good relationship with Yixuan, so he immediately gave up on trying to win them over. Given how Yixuan led the battle from beginning to end and defeated the Blood Soul sect, Yun Chanyi could also tell that Yixuan was the real powerful and mysterious figure. Lowering his voice, Yun Chanyi ordered, "Quickly send a message back. Ask the sect master to prepare more gifts." That disciple, a little slow to catch on, couldn't help but say, "Elder Yun, we've already prepared enough gifts, he." One must know that when the Shang Yun sect visited the other large sects, they didn't spend as much money. Yun Tianyi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do other sects have the strength to destroy the Blood Soul sect? There would be no realization without comparison. Previously, they did not know that the Tai King sect had such terrifying strength. In the end, they underestimated them. They couldn't afford to present the little gifts they had prepared. Hence, without giving any gifts, they left in a hurry. Shanhai, Ziyichuan, and the rest returned to the sect in a daze. They did not even dare to look at the eyes of the disciples. Although they didn't say anything, their attitude undoubtedly explained everything. The news of the Tai King sect attacking the Blood Soul sect spread quickly. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief, thinking that it was just a rumor. However, when they saw the ruins of the Blood Soul sect, they realized that everything was true. Did you hear? The newly established Tai King sect actually annihilated the Blood Soul sect. No way, no way, that's outrageous. Spread the word that Tai King sect's elder, Hixuan, led a group of disciples to provoke the Blood Soul sect. What? There's still someone who is not afraid of death these days. He actually dared to take the initiative to cause trouble for the Blood Soul sect. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him before? A man called Yixuan in the Tai King sect single-handedly destroyed the entire Blood Soul sect. Even the sect master of the Blood Soul sect had been killed by him with a single slap. As the rumors spread, they became more and more outrageous, so much so that no one believed them. However, the Blood Soul sect's ruins were right there, so they had no choice but to believe it. As for what the truth was, perhaps only the Tai King sect themselves knew. However, one thing was for sure. Yixuan's prestige had reached an unprecedented height, which made Shanhai, Ziyixuan, and the others even more unhappy. Yixuan himself didn't feel much about it. At the moment, he was studying the new mission issued by the system. Ding! Random mission. Consume 10,000 tons of supreme-grade spiritual plants for feeding spiritual beasts. If you feed them spiritual plants for a long time, you can improve the quality and level of the spiritual beasts. Mission success reward. 3,000 prodigal points. Mission failure will result in the immediate deduction of prodigal points. Effective period, 7 days. 10,000 tons of supreme-grade spiritual plants. Yixuan was a little dumbfounded. How could he use up so many points? However, the effect duration was pretty long. He realized that as he completed more missions, the more prodigal points he received. It might be related to the difficulty of the mission. However, there was a problem Yixuan currently faced. He didn't even have a spiritual beast to feed. He couldn't raise a spiritual beast on another's behalf before selling it back either, since the system wouldn't count that. It seemed that he could only start from the sect. Yixuan prepared to find the seventh elder, who was in charge of the sect's matters. After hearing his intention, the seventh elder was stunned. Spiritual Beast Park? Elder Yi, are you pulling my leg? Generally, large sects would build a spirit beast garden to provide spirit beasts for their disciples. The Tai King sect had just been established, and there were still many things that had not been fully built, such as the spirit beast garden. So, even if Yixuan wanted a spirit beast, the seventh elder couldn't help. The seventh elder probed, if you want spirit beasts, why don't you go to the market to take a look? Perhaps there will be good quality ones there. Yixuan shook his head, but a few neighing sounds came from the distance. He couldn't help but ask, what are those? Those are just some ordinary beasts that the disciples brought back. They have neither any demonic power nor intelligence. Yixuan's eyes showed he was deep in thought. Soon, Hanyu suddenly gathered everyone. Yixuan didn't know what she had been busy with recently, but it was obvious that she was a little tired. Even so, she was still beautiful, maybe even more beautiful in the frail sense. I've gathered everyone here today because the sect returning ceremony is about to begin. Everyone's expressions became serious at the mention of the sect returning ceremony. They hadn't seen Hanyu the past few days, and even the matter of merging the Blood Soul sect had been handed over to her subordinates. It was because she had been preoccupied with the ceremony, aside from her personal matters. The other elders had all heard of it, but it was Yixuan's first time hearing it, and his face immediately revealed a somewhat fresh expression. It turned out that there were 7 big sects in the fantasy world. They had developed into a system and controlled all kinds of resources, such as secret realms, cultivation techniques, pills, magical treasures, spiritual beasts, and so on. Average materials were still fairly obtainable, but the top-grade ones were almost monopolized by them. They were equivalent to multinational listed companies in modern society. Other sects of various sizes, scattered across the country, were like small companies. If they wanted to succeed, they had to gain the large sect's investment in order to obtain resources. Otherwise, they would not be able to support their own long-term development. Then, the problem was, how could they attract the favor of the top sects among so many other sects? The method was to prove one's own strength. Only by letting them see one's value would one invest in nurturing them. The sect leader would lead a team to prove himself and become a small sect under the protection of a big sect. That was the common belief of everyone. Over time, it had evolved into today's sect returning ceremony, which would only be held once every 50 years. After hearing that, Yichuan couldn't help but mutter, "I didn't expect the system to be so advanced. Isn't it no different from attracting investment in the modern world?" As everyone knows, the sect returning ceremony is about to begin. There are two main points to be examined. One is the strength of the disciples, and the other is the strength of the sect master. Thinking of that, Hanyu had a headache. If she had known that the lower realm was so troublesome, she would have thought of other ways. She herself was still fine. Although her strength had not yet recovered, she could still deal with a sect returning ceremony. However, most of the sect's disciples entered via trading spirit stones, so their aptitudes were mixed, which was a bit troublesome. In order to improve the strength of the disciples, I've specially hired Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. I hope you can inform the disciples not to miss this opportunity. All the elders were in an uproar. They said in disbelief, "Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. The sect head actually had the means to invite him over. I heard that Alchemy King Guzai's disciples are all very strong. Many sects want to draw them to their side, but they didn't succeed. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 formed his own sect, and ordinary people don't dare to provoke him. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 may have just entered the sky rank, but his pill refining skills were something everyone looked up to. Because he was always in seclusion, he rarely asked about the outside world, and there were endless people who came to ask for pills. Even some of the big sects had difficulty inviting him. They never thought that he would agree to the Tai King sect's invitation this time. It was really unexpected. As everyone knew, one could offend anyone but those who knew alchemy. No one dared to force their request on him. After all, who hadn't been injured and bled before? Furthermore, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 had saved many important figures and had good relations with many major powers. To offend such a person was no different from courting death. Hanyu had spent a lot of spirit stones and resources on him. If she hadn't destroyed the Blood Soul sect and obtained a lot of magical treasures and spirit pills, she probably wouldn't have been able to afford his fee. Other than that, she also took out some things unique to the upper realm. Only then was she able to convince Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. I have to thank Elder Yi this time. If it weren't for the bountiful harvest from the Blood Soul sect, I'm afraid we wouldn't have had this opportunity. Hearing that, Zai Yichuan and the others' eyes darkened. They couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Yichuan had actually stolen the limelight again. "It's my duty," Yichuan said very modestly. "Sect Master, you're too kind." In addition, everyone must urge the disciples to cultivate diligently. We should also prepare on our end. We can't neglect warmly welcoming Alchemy King Gu Roman 11, lest we be criticized by others. After Hanyu finished giving instructions, she suddenly said, "Elder Yi, please stay. I have something to discuss with you." Since Yichuan was the only one Hanyu asked to stay behind, everyone could not help but feel a little jealous. Zai Yichuan secretly clenched his fists, and the few of them gathered together in private. Ever since the incident with the Blood Soul sect, they had lay low, perhaps because they had suffered too great a blow. After all, they had originally wanted to use the opportunity to establish their prestige and ostracize Yichuan. Who would have thought that he would benefit instead? Not only did they create the opportunity for Yichuan to show his skills, but they also made him glorious with one battle. Besides, his prestige and reputation in the hearts of the disciples grew higher and higher. Thinking of that, their expressions turned ugly. We were too careless about the Blood Soul sect, not knowing Yichuan was so capable. Maybe he hid his strength and held back. We can't let our guard down next time. If such a thing happened a few more times, they would really lose their standing in the sect. Shanhai's eyes flashed, and he sighed. Let the past stay in the past. The sect returning ceremony is about to begin. If we can make a contribution in this matter, we will have a chance. The third elder snorted and said sarcastically, "What chance do we have? Just now, the sect master asked that kid to stay behind alone." Meanwhile, Zai Yichuan seemed to have thought of something. After a moment of silence, he said, Speaking of which, the Zai clan does have some friendship with Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. If we can make Yixuan offend Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 or make a mistake in the returning sect ceremony, I'm sure the sect master won't be able to tolerate him no matter how great his contribution is. Upon hearing that, everyone's eyes lit up. Could it be that you have a plan? They looked at each other and smiled with tacit understanding. At that moment, Yixuan still did not know that Zai Yixuan and the others wanted to take advantage of the sect returning ceremony to make a big deal out of it. Even if he knew, he would not care. Only he and Han Yu were left in the hall. Yixuan could clearly feel an inexplicable power sweeping across his body, but there was no killing intent. "May I know why you are looking for me?" he asked calmly. "The Blood Soul sect matters all thanks to you." Han Yu looked Yixuan up and down. She didn't expect a mere level 2 human to be able to resist the Blood Soul sect's attack. He even led the disciples to counterattack and annihilate the Blood Soul sect. If her strength was restored, annihilating the Blood Soul sect would be a piece of cake. However, she couldn't do it at present, while Yixuan did it effortlessly. It was thought-provoking. Could he be hiding his strength? However, based on her divine sense, Yixuan was genuine and did not have any hidden motive. Or perhaps Yixuan was so special that even Han Yu couldn't see through him. But what was his purpose in doing so? Han Yu took a deep look at Yixuan and pretended to be casual. "After the incident, I went to the ruins to take a look. Most of the spiritual energy had dissipated, leaving only a little bit of power. I heard from the disciples that you borrowed the power of the water and fire talismans." Yixuan nodded. He had nothing to hide. How could he possess so much spiritual energy? Did he reincarnate? Or was he from the upper realm like her? And he even said that he used some special item. Han Yu's mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts. But one thing was for sure. Yixuan didn't seem to be of any threat at the moment, and he might even be of help to her. "This time, your contribution cannot be denied. But I have some miscellaneous matters to attend to and haven't had the time to reward you. After the sect returning ceremony is over, I will definitely reward you well. It is my duty. You are being too polite." Seeing that Yixuan was so tactful and didn't take credit for it, Han Yu was more satisfied. "No matter what, I should still give you the reward you deserve." Since she wanted to win over Yixuan, Han Yu would not be stingy. With a flash of light, a book appeared in her hand. "You can take this Taishuan breathing technique and learn it. It will be of great benefit to you in the future." Flowing with golden light, the 3 gold stamp characters seemed to be injected with life, looking particularly extraordinary. That cultivation method was extremely precious even in the upper realm, but Han Yu was so generous in taking it out. It could be seen how much she valued Yixuan. Yixuan didn't stand on ceremony and replied directly. "Thank you, Sect Master." Han Yu still had things to deal with, so she said a few words of encouragement to Yixuan before letting him leave. When Yixuan returned to his room, the system prompt suddenly sounded. "In view of the host's good performance recently, a mysterious reward has been activated." Hearing that, Yixuan couldn't help but be curious. What would the mysterious reward be? "You've been rewarded with 3 lucky Wheel of Fortune spins." Looking at the wheel floating in the air, he found it similar to a modern lottery. It was shining with a 5-colored light and had a strong presence. It was hard to ignore it. Yixuan was stunned. The Wheel of Fortune, he looked at it for a while. There were countless reward boxes on it, including all kinds of magic treasures, pills, and cultivation methods. In ascending order of rarity was white and green light, followed by blue light, yellow, orange, red, and purple. The golden light was the least, so Yixuan guessed that the gold color should be the grand prize. He remembered his luck at lotteries in his previous life and fell silent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an essence replenishment pill. Yixuan looked at the wheel that stopped in the white grid. His eyes didn't even change, and he wasn't surprised at all. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an essence replenishment pill. One must know that he had absolutely rotten luck. In all his previous lucky draws, he had to spend a lot of money to get a prize. He didn't expect that even after reincarnating and transmigrating. His luck was still so bad. There was only one chance left. Yixuan took a deep breath and watched as the needle shook and finally stopped on the white grid. No way, all 3 draws were white. His face was incredibly dark. Just as Yixuan's heart was stuck in his throat, the needle tilted slightly and landed on the blue grid next to the white one. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-flipping seal. Name: Yichuan host is recommended to change your name to Yibation age. 20. Fortunately, you still have time to work hard. Realm. Rank 2 human realm created by Celestial Treasures Constitution. 1 in million strong Constitution cultivation techniques. Mysterious hidden steps. Holy light guide and Taishuan breathing technique items. Newbie gift pack used. 2 essence replenishment pills. Heaven flipping seal damaged prodigal points. 4001 small step forward. Requires more effort. Essence replenishment pill. Instantly recovers a portion of essence. Can be used limitlessly without any side effects. May not be effective in serious situations. Heaven flipping seal. Damaged. Limited usage. If used beyond the limit, it will be completely damaged and unusable. The essence replenishment pill that Yichuan had just won was of no use to him now. But the heaven flipping seal was worth studying. Its name sounded very powerful. Looking at its introduction and power, Yichuan was a little surprised. If it wasn't in a damaged state, it would probably be more than enough to be placed in the golden grid. Perhaps his luck was not all that bad. It just so happened that he didn't have any magic tools on hand, so the heaven-flipping seal was quite effective in both defense and attack. In addition, since he had also obtained a lot of prodigal points from the previous task, Yichuan did not hesitate to spend half of his points on the Taishuan breathing technique. Soon, Yichuan closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. With the rise and fall of his chest, there was a faint rhythm between his breaths. The spiritual energy all around, as if effortlessly guided by something, gathered and floated around Yichuan, scrambling to enter his body. That scene made people envious. As time passed, the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings accumulated enough to form white gas. The gas was still transforming, gradually becoming transparent and looking pure. Having seemingly disappeared, the energy was all absorbed by Yichuan's body without any waste. If Hanyu was there, she would be surprised to see the strange scene. The spiritual energy in the room was almost the same as in the upper realm. After an unknown amount of time, Yichuan slowly opened his eyes. Even with the enhancement of his prodigal points, he had only cultivated half of it and had not fully mastered it. From that, one could see how profound the Taishuan breathing technique was. However, whether it was used in conjunction with mysterious hidden steps or holy light guide, it could achieve twice the result with half the effort. For the next few days, Yichuan locked himself in his room to study. But he didn't know that Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 had already arrived at Tai King's sect with his disciples. Considering Yichuan's way of doing things, Hanyu guessed he didn't like to deal with outsiders. So she left the reception of Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 to Shanhai and the other elders. After receiving news of Alchemy King Guzai's arrival, everyone came to the sect gate early in the morning to wait. But Yichuan was nowhere to be seen. Only then did Hanyu recall that she had not seen him for a few days. What has Elder Yi been busy with recently? Why don't I seen him? Zai Yichuan had sent people to watch Yichuan's every move. When he thought of the news his men had reported, he suddenly revealed a look of disbelief. I don't know what he's been doing in his room for the past few days. Sometimes he would run to the stables. When the others heard that, they were immediately puzzled. Why would he run to the stables? Who knows? In any case, this is good. I don't think it will disrupt our plan. If we can successfully pull Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 to our side, we will make a great contribution during the sect returning ceremony. Everyone felt that it made sense and immediately threw the matter to the back of their minds. Meanwhile, in the air, a horse carriage sped through like a shooting star. Its speed was unbelievable. Despite clearly traveling in the air, it was as if it moving on flat ground alongside the wind. Although the interior of the carriage was simply decorated, it was low-key and luxurious, which showed the extraordinary nature of the owner. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 and a few other disciples were sitting in the carriage. Master, why did you refuse Tiangang Sect's invitation and instead accept Tai King Sect's invitation? It's just a newly established sect, so it's beneath you. The old man in the carriage slowly opened his eyes, and a golden light suddenly appeared, filled with supreme majesty. He was wearing a long white robe. Whether it was the sleeves or the hems of the robe, there were exquisite leaf patterns embroidered on them. They looked very lifelike. He was the revered Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. Although the Tai King sect has just been established, I've heard that it's quite powerful. It even destroyed the Blood Soul sect, which is a dominant force. From that, it can be seen that they're not small fry. Sun Sihao didn't think much of it. Master, you said that it's just a rumor. Who knows what methods they used? Even if they destroyed the Blood Soul sect, it's just a fluke. It doesn't mean anything. Alchemy King Gu Roman XI rarely accepted invitations, and all the places he went to were powerful sects with deep foundations. It was the first time he visited a small sect like the Tai King sect. The disciples were obviously unhappy, but since Alchemy King Gu Roman XI had made his decision, they couldn't change it. Through the window, they could see white clouds floating in vast mountains. Meanwhile, the buildings below were faintly visible. Sun Sihao curled his lips. It's nothing much. In his opinion, Tai King sect was no different from those small sects in the mountains. There was a hiss in the sky, and a small black dot was rapidly approaching. Shen Hai and Zai Yixuan could not help but be shocked. They were here. Soon, a carriage stopped in front of the crowd. The creature pulling the carriage looked similar to a horse. It was huge, but it had wings and a single horn. It was covered in purple patterns, and there were faint flashes of lightning around it. It was the spiritual beast, Thunder. It was said that Thunder could travel 1,000 miles in a day and was an excellent mount. However, it was rare in the market and could not be bought even with money. But now, there were 4 of the beasts in front of them, and they were even being used to pull the carriage. This showed how generous Alchemy King, Gu Roman XI, was. Thinking of Han Yu's request, everyone did not dare to be negligent. Welcome Alchemy King Gu Roman XI. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Alchemy King Gu Roman XI strode out. With a single glance, he already knew these people's cultivation and strength. On the other hand, a few disciples had their eyes above their heads. They looked at the people present and could not help but mutter. They can't be compared to those powerful sects indeed. Shen Hai, Zai Yixuan, and the rest naturally heard it as well. Their expressions stiffened slightly, but they remained calm. After all, they couldn't afford to offend Alchemy King Gu Roman XI. The few Thunder spiritual beasts had already been taken away by the Tai King sect disciples to rest. Shen Hai walked a step forward and said, Alchemy King, it's been a long journey. Why don't you? Before he could finish, he was interrupted. No need. Let's end this quickly. Your sect master has invited me to give a lecture. Let's start now. Although Shen Hai was a little unhappy to be interrupted, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction when he thought of the identity of the person. So, he quickly agreed. All right, I'll gather all the disciples now. Please wait a moment, Alchemy King. Shen Hai didn't dare to delay any further and immediately sent someone to inform all the disciples. On the other side, Yixuan carried a lot of things to the stable with a regular expression. The people here seemed to be used to his arrival. They greeted him enthusiastically. Elder Yi is here to feed the horses again today. Yixuan nodded and handed over a few spirit stones to them. Their smiley faces became even brighter. These spirit stones could probably be exchanged for quite a lot of gold, silver, and treasure. As the stables were filled with ordinary horses with no future or income, even the low-grade odd-job workers did not come here. Therefore, the people who were hired to look after the horses were the villagers nearby. Usually, they would feed the horses and clean the place. The work was effortless. But recently, the job of feeding the horses had been taken over by Yixuan. Looking at his back as he walked away, the villagers felt weird. He doesn't look like an elder. He's just no different from us. And he even fed the horses himself. These are just ordinary horses. What's the point of going through so much trouble? It wasn't that they were belittling Yixuan. Instead, they were very welcoming of his arrival because he was easy to approach and generous. Zhang Laosan, you're the only one who talks a lot. Elder Yi is so good. He gives spirit stones every time he comes, which can be exchanged for a lot of money. How I wish he comes often. Zhang Laosan scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. That's not what I meant. I just feel that it's strange. Aren't the elders all very busy and have their eyes on the top of their heads? Just look at the disciples that we usually meet. Which one of them isn't arrogant and always ignores us? When he said this, the others thought the same too. I've secretly inquired about it. Elder Yi's status in the Tai King sect is very high, and he is quite respected by those disciples. Oh my God, this is the first time I've seen such an approachable person who feeds the horses personally. Maybe this is his special hobby. Stop talking about this. It's not good if others hurt us. No matter how kind he is still an elder. But then again, the fodder given by Elder Yi is really good. I've never seen it before. There were a lot of grass dregs on the ground, obviously from Yixiuan. Zhang Laosan casually picked up a little, and a strange fragrance assailed his nose. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Zhang Laosan couldn't help but tease. You guys smell it. There's even a fragrance. I'm afraid that this thing can even be eaten by humans, let alone horses. The crowd burst into laughter, but they did not notice the abundant spiritual energy on the grass. After all, they were just ordinary people, and they did not draw Kai into their bodies. They naturally did not know what these things were. If it was an ordinary disciple, he would be able to feel the spiritual energy within it, even if he did not know what it was. A neighing sound came from not far away, which made Zhang Laosan and the others even more surprised. It's strange, though. Why haven't we seen these animals so excited when we fed them in the past? Elder Yi only fed them once, and they seemed to have recognized him. They started to neigh from afar before he even came close. That's right. Elder Yi really has good means. Perhaps this is the special thing about cultivators. Yixiuan still didn't know about the gossip. Hearing his footsteps, the horses seemed to know he was coming. They neighed even more as if they were urging him to come. I'm here. I'm here. Yixiuan comforted the horses, and they seemed to understand him. Their voices gradually became softer, and their hooves kept digging the ground. They were obviously very excited. With a wave of his hand, everything in his hands fell into the stable like free cabbages. Looking at the horses eating hard, Yixiuan muttered to himself, "You guys should be barely able to do it even without spiritual beasts. You've eaten so much of my spiritual herbs, so you have to put in some effort. Don't waste the food." The horses wagged their tails and made very loud sounds with their noses as if they were responding to Yixiuan. Shen Hai and the others welcomed the Alchemy King into the sect. As they walked past the steps covered in night-luminescent pearls and saw the crystal ice chalcedony that could be seen everywhere, even the knowledgeable them couldn't help but feel surprised. "Master, it seems that Tai King sect is really as rich as those rumors say." Sun Sihao snorted. "So what if they have a lot of spirit stones? If they don't have the corresponding strength, it's no different from a child swaggering around. Sooner or later, they'll bring disaster." Senior brother's words make sense. The few of them chatted for a moment. Their words revealed a little jealousy. Although they had seen a lot of good things after following the Alchemy King for so many years, none of them were as extravagant as Tai King's sect, so much so that even they were a little envious. Soon, all the disciples of Tai King's sect were gathered. Even Alchemy King Gukai was shocked by this group of people. Of course, it wasn't because of how outstanding their talent was, but because the aura of these people was too low. There were even people of level 1 and 2 human realm. It made people wonder if they were just there to make up the numbers. What could these people learn? He was afraid that these people would not be able to get anything from what he said, no matter how hard he tried. It would be somewhat hard to teach even if an alchemy emperor was here, let alone an alchemy king. "Master, the Tai King sect only looks at the number of spirit stones paid when accepting disciples. I heard that one of their elders is still at the second level of human realm." Hearing Sun Sihao's words, the contempt in Alchemy King Guzai's eyes grew. "If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have agreed to it." If it was not for the fact that Han Yu's offer was too tempting, Gu Roman 11 would never have agreed to it. If others knew that he did the teaching, it would definitely damage his reputation. "Alchemy King Gu Roman 11, please." Facing Shen Hai and others' respectful invitation, Alchemy King Guzai's attitude became colder and colder. The disciples of Tai King's sect didn't discover the undercurrent. Instead, they became extremely excited and couldn't wait to see him up close. "It's really Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. Sect Master is really amazing. She can even invite such a big shot over. I've only heard of his name before, but now only I can see him in person. He's indeed worthy of his reputation." Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 actually rejected Changang's sect's invitation. "So we must cherish this rare opportunity. I heard that alchemy is very difficult, and it also requires extraordinary talent. I don't know if we can do it. I also don't expect to be as amazing as Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. I'm already satisfied with just being able to refine some ordinary healing pills. This way, it can be considered a life-saving method no matter where I go in the future." The disciples below the stage were discussing fervently. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 and the few disciples beside him were looking at them with contempt. Sun Sihao couldn't help but ask, "Master, are you really going to give a lecture to these people?" Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 laughed coldly. "And their dreams. These people don't even have the qualifications to listen to my lecture. As his eyes moved, he already had a decision in his heart. As we all know, spiritual plants are the most important in order to make good pills. Other than those natural wild spiritual plants, most of the spiritual plants are artificially cultivated. Although there are ordinary spiritual plants, supreme-grade high-rank medicinal pills require supreme-grade spiritual plants. However, most of the precious spiritual plants are guarded by fierce demonic beasts and are rare in number. Therefore, the main source still relies on artificial cultivation. Not only does it require spiritual seeds, but it also requires spiritual dew and so on to grow spiritual plants. From this, it could be seen that precious spiritual plants aren't that easy to cultivate. Not only do they require many conditions, but they also have strict requirements on the living environment. Even someone like me doesn't have many spiritual plants in my hands. Everyone was mesmerized and didn't notice anything wrong. Instead, they felt that Alchemy King Guzai's explanation was logical. After all, spiritual plants were essential for alchemy. So it didn't matter if he talked about how to grow them. However, the other elders realized that something was wrong. He did not get to the point even after talking for half a day. He was only talking about how to grow spiritual plants and how hard it was to cultivate them. The sixth elder pulled on the sleeve of the seventh elder and said, "Why do I feel that Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 doesn't seem to want to impart his pill refining experience to the disciples? He keeps talking about spiritual plants." Hearing his words, the other elders also felt the same. Even if they had a thorough understanding of planting, there was no place in Tai King sect that was suitable for planting spiritual plants. Moreover, it was impossible for everyone to plant spiritual plants even if they were proficient. Shen Hai coughed a few times and cleared his throat. "Alchemy King Gu Roman 11, I think we can stop here with your explanations regarding spiritual plants. All of our disciples would like to know about how you refine pills." Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 glanced at Shen Hai indifferently. Just a single glance from him was filled with immense pressure that could send chills down one's spine. This was the pressure of a superior. "Are you teaching me what to do?" "I don't dare." "Great Elder, you're being a little too hasty. If you don't know how to grow spiritual plants, how can you refine medicinal pills in the future?" These words seemed to be from the perspective of Tai King sect, but in fact, they were not very useful. They had no spiritual seeds or spiritual dew. So what was the use of the cultivation method? Sun Sihao and the others also chimed in. "That's right. Master's words make sense. To do a good job, an artisan needs the best tools. You're not in this field, so it's understandable that you don't know the ins and outs." The few of them echoed each other, making Shen Hai somewhat embarrassed. But according to the current conditions of Tai King sect, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 snorted coldly. His tone was filled with impatience. "I can see that the great elder has his own idea. Since you're so good at talking, what do you need me for? Why don't you give a lecture instead?" Shen Hai didn't dare to say anything more in the face of Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 and the other's overbearing attitude. He could only retreat dejectedly. The other elders also thought the scene was indescribable. The surrounding people looked at Gu Roman 11 with complicated expressions, making him furious. "If you guys can do it, just go ahead." The other elders were silent. Even Shen Hai was at his wits' end when faced with Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. It would be great if the sect master was here. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 was invited by her, so she might have a plan. I'm afraid that the sect master won't be satisfied with Alchemy King Guzai's teaching either. If she were to pursue the matter, we would have to take the responsibility. After all, she had paid a huge price to hire him. What he taught them was just some knowledge on how to grow spiritual plants. It wasn't worth it, but they couldn't even say anything. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, a disciple ran over in a hurry. "Oh no! What's the fuss about?" Shen Hai said in a bad tone. "Something happened in the stables. Alchemy King Guzai's spiritual beast, Thunder, were injured." Shen Hai and the others were shocked and signaled the disciple to keep his voice down. However, it was already too late. When Sun Sihao and the others heard it, their faces suddenly darkened. Thunder beasts were injured. What's going on? One had to know that the spiritual beast, Thunder, was priceless. Even Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 had obtained a few of them with great difficulty. Other than pulling the carriage, they were usually served good food and drink. How long had it been since they were injured? It just so happened that they weren't willing to stay, So there was a good opportunity to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. Sun Sihao was the first to make trouble. Master, I can see that Tai King sect has no respect for you at all. The spiritual beasts were brought away in a good state, but now they were injured in just half a day. They were simply deliberately neglected. To humiliate the protected was to humiliate the protector. The same went for the spiritual beast. Alchemy King Guzai's face darkened. Tai King sect must give me an explanation for this matter. Who dares to hurt our spiritual beasts? Is Tai King sect dissatisfied with us? Shen Hai was also worried about offending Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. So he asked immediately, quickly tell us what happened. The pressure was immediately placed on the disciple. There's no spiritual beast garden in Tai King sect. Thinking that there's an open space in the back mountain, we intended to settle down the spiritual beasts there. Who knows when we passed by the stables? The spiritual beast rushed over to the stables as if they went crazy, and the result was, what's the result? The disciple stammered, not knowing what to say. In the end, they were kicked by the horse in the stable. For a moment, everyone thought that they were hallucinating. On the other hand, Alchemy King Guzai's face suddenly darkened. He was certain that this was an excuse from Tai King's sect. Sun Sihao said mockingly, can't you make up a better excuse? The spiritual beasts were kicked by a horse in the stable? I think that someone hurt them deliberately, and you made up such a big lie to cover it up. Thunder beasts are spiritual beasts. Even if they're not offensive, they still have a certain degree of destructive power. Even ordinary demonic beasts can't cause any harm to them, let alone horses. Does Tai King sect take us for fools? Do you think people will believe this kind of excuse? Is this how you treat your guests? Or is it that Tai King sect's horses are particularly extraordinary and have eaten special elixirs? Sun Sihao mocked strangely, but he didn't expect that his words would be a prophecy. Shen Hai and the others were instantly rendered speechless by their words. Seeing that Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 was angered, he stuttered. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I think your Tai King sect has gone too far. Even Shen Hai found it unbelievable that a spirit beast could be injured by an ordinary horse, let alone Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 and the others. What's the truth? I'm not lying. The disciple almost wanted to cry. Seeing that no one believed him, he said, everyone can go and take a look. The crowd walked over in disbelief. Along the way, Sun Sihao was still adding oil to the fire. Master, I don't think Tai King sect is sincere at all. Not only did they hurt our spiritual beasts, but they also came up with such an excuse. They're simply treating us like 3-year-old children. I think we should just take this opportunity to leave. They're in the wrong anyway, and it's good for our reputation too. It is. How could thunder be injured by ordinary horses? They said it with certainty, but they didn't expect that they would be slapped in the face so quickly. Roar. Sun Sihao heard a roar, and his expression changed. This is the roar of thunder. Everyone couldn't help but pick up their pace. In addition to these roars, there were also a few faint neighs, but no one paid them any mind. Who is it that dares to hurt our spiritual beast? Sun Sihao was aggressive, but all his words were suddenly stuck in his throat after seeing the scene in person. Thunder fell to the ground. Its snow-white fur was stained with a lot of dirt. A large horse hoof was reflected in everyone's sight. Seeing that its master had arrived, it was as if it had seen its savior. It struggled to get up, but was once again kicked back by the horse's hooves. It was extremely embarrassing. The scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Whether it was Gu Roman 11, the rest, or Shen Hai, they could not help but widen their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. It was indeed a horse's hoof, and there was no spiritual energy fluctuation on the horse's body. It was an ordinary horse. The person beside the horse was Yixuan. For some reason, Shen Hai and the others' eyelids twitched when they saw his calm appearance. It seemed that nothing good happened every time they met him. Shen Hai said unhappily, "What's going on here, Elder Yi?" Yixuan was also quite speechless. "I was feeding the horses here, but these beasts barged in and wanted to snatch the food in the stable." No matter if it was a demonic beast, a spiritual beast, or an ordinary animal, they were all protective of their food. This was nature. The horses would not be polite in the face of a sudden intruder. If it were before, they would be afraid of thunder beasts. However, things were different now. Yixuan's feeding of the spiritual plants every day had long changed them. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were reborn. Besides, the thunder beasts were ferocious when they came, and Yixuan wouldn't let him be. Thus it became the scene everyone saw now, where thunder was being beaten. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't horses eat grass? Would the spiritual beast, thunder, do such a thing? Everyone's expression became even more strange. Sun Sihao said fiercely, I think you're just making things up. How can a horse defeat a spiritual beast? He must have done something in secret. Everyone's eyes fell on Thunder and then on the horses. There was nothing special about this horse, except that its fur was a little smoother, its body was strong, and it looked energetic and mighty. It seemed no different from most horses. In the eyes of mortals, it would be praised as a good horse. However, it was not enough in the eyes of cultivators. Any ordinary spiritual beast could deal with them. Yi Xuan was a little unhappy with these people's indiscriminate accusations. He could tell that they were the masters of these spiritual beasts, so he said coldly, It's the truth. I can't do anything if you don't believe me. One must know that Alchemy King Guroman XI was greatly respected no matter where he went. Even the sect masters of the great sects had to show him courtesy, and even his disciples were respected. They thought that coming to Tai King sect was already lowering their status. Even though Shenhai and the others were respectful, it was also a matter of course. However, they never thought that they would encounter a person like Yi Xuan. Very good, Tai King sect is powerful. You heard our spiritual beasts, and now you connive your sect elders' arrogant words. Is this how you treat your guests? After saying that, Sun Sihao looked at Shenhai and the others. Such a scene was exactly what they wanted. They couldn't wait for Yi Xuan and Alchemy King Guroman XI to get into a huge fight and offend them. Please calm down. Elder Yi is young and reckless, so is inevitably insensible. Moreover, the sect master is very fond of him, and he's the head of all the elders. Shenhai seemed to be speaking up for Yi Xuan, but in fact, he was adding oil to the fire, showing that Yi Xuan's identity was not ordinary, and even they did not dare to offend him. Sure enough, Alchemy King Gu's eyes expression darkened. HMPH, I was wondering how a mere human realm level 2 could be so bold. Susomion is backing you up. At such a young age, you are already spouting such nonsense. You said that thunder ran to the stables on its own. How would they do such a thing? It's ridiculous. And you still say that it's food snatching? That's complete nonsense. We usually feed thunder with good things. Why would they care about your rotten grass? If Guroman XI knew what Yi Xuan was feeding the horses, he would not have been so confident. Yi Xuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. It said the spiritual beasts will behave like the master. This is true. Seeing that Guroman XI and the rest were about to explode, he continued, I fed them with spiritual plants. Sun Sihao and the others immediately burst into laughter. Their faces were full of contempt. What? Did I hear you wrong? You said you were feeding them with spiritual plants. What a joke. Who doesn't know how difficult it is to raise spiritual plants? You're feeding them to horses. Spiritual plants have strict requirements for the soil and environment, and they also need spiritual seeds and spiritual dew. Can your Tai King sect provide those things? In contrast to Alchemy King Guzai's attitude, the other disciples and elders of the Tai King sect all had strange expressions on their faces. Thinking back to Yi Xuan's past actions, it might not be strange for him to do this. After all, he could even use the water and fire talismans as toilet paper, so what else couldn't he do? But those were spiritual plants. Only those with a strong foundation would feed the high-quality spiritual beasts with spiritual plants. After all, good spiritual plants could improve the cultivation and rank of spiritual beasts. Even Guroman XI was reluctant to feed thunder with the plants. Shenhai, Zai Yixuan, and the others wanted to say something, but they didn't. They didn't believe that Yi Xuan would do that, but the past flashed in their minds, and they were the ones who were slapped in the face every time. What's wrong with feeding the horses? I feel good at this. Don't tell me that lousy grass can become spiritual plants just by watering it with some spiritual dew and pouring it with spiritual energy. Sun Sihao and the others didn't believe that Yi Xuan could do such a thing. They thought he was just bragging. Even the spiritual plants we have in total are only a dozen jin. If we wait for those in Master's medicine garden to mature, the total would only be close to 100. Even so, such a quantity in stock were already higher than many aristocratic families and sects. Sun Sihao couldn't help but show a proud expression. His original intention was to show off. He didn't expect to meet a humble brag. Hearing this, Yi Xuan couldn't help but show a sympathetic expression. Then you guys are pitiful. No wonder the spiritual beasts came to other people's stables to steal food. It turns out that they can't get any from you guys. Seeing that Sun Sihao and the others' faces were twisted with anger, Yixuan pretended that he didn't notice it, and he continued to add, "Really pitiful." Not to mention Sun Sihao, even Alchemy King Guzai's face was filled with anger. His face was extremely dark. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. "Do you know what you just said?" They were existences that were held in high regard wherever they went, and even those peak heaven realm powerhouses had to respect them. But now there was such a person who was only human realm level 2, dared to slap in their faces in public. In terms of sarcasm, no one dared to claim to be better than Yixuan. Many Tai King sect disciples were holding back. If it wasn't for the timing and occasion, they would have laughed out loud. Even so, their shoulders were shaking violently, and it was clear that they were having a hard time holding it in.
Elder Yi has done a beautiful job.
I've already found this group of people unpleasant to the eye. So what if he's an alchemy king? Exactly. You can just say it directly that you look down on us, but you are being sarcastic and think that you've been condescending. It's as if you've suffered a great grievance. It's said that money makes the world go round. Since he received benefits from our sect master, he should teach us well. What an ungrateful person. He called himself an alchemy king, but who knows how capable he is. Forget it. I better say less to avoid trouble. The people of the Tai King sect were whispering to each other. They didn't like Alchemy King Gu Roman 11, but they didn't dare to say anything due to his prestige and the respect of Shen Hai and the others. Yixuan's approach made some people feel relieved, so they also became bold to express their opinions. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 heard them. Sun Sihao and the others became even angrier, wishing they could shut the people around them up. It was all because of the person in front of them who had started the trouble. A mere Tai King sect dares to be so arrogant. This is simply bullying. Do you think we are easy to be bullied? Yixuan didn't mean to mock Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. After all, the 50 kilograms was pitifully little compared to his 10,000 tons. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Shen Hai came forward to smooth things over. Although they wanted Yixuan and Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 to become enemies, they would probably be scolded by the sect master if they let this continue. Everyone, please do not be angry. In fact, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with coldness. Tai King sect really lives up to its reputation. Even an elder can be so arrogant. I really don't know how to teach here. He glanced at Sun Sihao, who was beside him, and he immediately understood. Master, we have to teach him a lesson. The Alchemy King couldn't teach this arrogant man a lesson. It would be beneath him, and he would be criticized by others. However, he didn't have such a worry since he was a disciple. So, it was naturally his responsibility to teach Yixuan a lesson. Otherwise, others would really think that it was easy to bully them. Sun Sihao's eyes were cold. Your sect master is not here today. So I will teach you, an arrogant elder, a lesson on her behalf. No one had expected him to make a move suddenly. Only an afterimage could be seen in the air. Sun Sihao's movements could not be seen clearly at all. The aura that exploded was of Earth Realm Level 8, which made many Tai King sect disciples feel great pressure. That's too scary. Earth Realm Level 8. I didn't think the Alchemy King's disciple would be so strong. I think it won't be long before he breaks through to Heaven Realm. Sun Sihao is so powerful. Elder, you should be fine, right? Many disciples' hearts were in their throats. The fifth elder wanted to stop him, but he was stopped by the third elder. Why are you joining in at this time? Wouldn't it be great if Yixuan and Alchemy King Guzai's men fight? But, are you afraid that you'll die too slow? If someone gets injured, I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain later, the fifth elder said hesitantly. The third elder smiled. That's for the best. We can use Alchemy King Guzai's disciple to settle Yixuan. The fifth elder had a strange expression. In fact, he was a little worried that Sun Sihao would be injured. Yixuan stood there unhurriedly, not worried at all. He even had the mood to comment, "You're too slow. If you were a little faster, you might have been able to touch the corner of my clothes." It wasn't that Yixuan was bragging, but with the mysterious hidden steps and Teixuan breathing technique, even a Heaven Realm Alchemy King wouldn't be able to touch him. Upon hearing this, Sun Sihao was disdainful. You're still so stubborn even when you're facing a great disaster. You can hide first before saying this if you're able to. It's a good thing to be confident. but overconfidence is courting death. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 spoke with deep meaning. He was obviously very confident in Sun Sihao. At this moment, he was already in front of Yixuan. Suddenly, a deafening neigh was heard. The horses sped up even more, like the wind and lightning, bringing with them a storm. There was no cultivation technique or spiritual power at all. The hoofs smashed down with great force. Boom! With a loud sound, the horses' hooves landed on the ground, creating a deep pit. Everyone could feel the ground shaking slightly. When they looked up, Sun Sihao, who had been aggressive just now, was now like a withered eggplant. Sun Sihao's body was on the verge of collapse. Looking at the hoof in his chest, he only felt that the scene was inexplicably familiar. Everyone looked at the scene with their mouths wide open. Everyone was silent as they looked at the scene in disbelief. Puchai, Puchai, they only heard the horse making a loud noise from its nose, as if it was announcing its victory to the crowd. With that proud and arrogant gaze, people would believe it if they said it had outfoxed the other horses. An ordinary horse had actually defeated Sun Sihao, who was at Earth Realm Level 8. They would never have believed it if they had not seen it with their own eyes. Alchemy King Guzai's face turned green and red at the sight of his disciple being stepped on by a horse. He couldn't possibly fight a horse himself, right? Yixuan walked forward, and the black horse came over and rubbed against him affectionately. Well done. I didn't feed you the spiritual plants in vain. Let's have supper tonight. No one had paid any attention to this horse before, but now that they observed it carefully, it was completely black without any impurities. Under the sunlight, it looked like black silk, and its strong body looked more like black lightning. However, its four hooves were as white as snow. From afar, it looked like a dark cloud treading on snow. With its appearance and spirit, it did not look any worse than those spiritual beasts. As if it understood Yixuan's words, it raised its front hooves happily, and the sound of breathing from its nose became louder and louder. I'm afraid this horse has become a spiritual being. If it wasn't for its bloodline and aura, I would have really thought it was a demonic beast or spiritual beast. The people of Tai King sect were talking among themselves. However, no matter how they looked at it, the horse in front of them was just an ordinary horse. There was no fluctuation of spiritual power on its body. How did it defeat Sun Sihao? Everyone was in disbelief. Yixuan smiled meaningfully and looked downwards at Sun Sihao. Are you satisfied? After all, these horses had been fed by him with spiritual plants for so long that they had been reborn. Although they still had no spiritual power, it was only temporary. Although it was an ordinary horse, its strength was comparable to a third-ranked demonic beast. It could break through everything with its strength. This strength was not something Sun Sihao could withstand. Looking at the man and the horse in front of him as well as the different expressions of the people around him, Sun Sihao couldn't believe that he couldn't even beat a horse. At this moment, he didn't even dare to meet Alchemy King Guzai's gaze. He wanted to find a hole in the ground and hide in it. I'm not satisfied, Sun Sihao gritted his teeth. If he really lost, everyone would laugh at him. He ate something. In an instant, his aura skyrocketed. He had reached the peak of Earth Realm, and even showed signs of a breakthrough. Anyone with eyes could tell that he was on drugs. As expected of an Alchemy King's disciple, he even had this kind of pill. One had to know that ordinary pills could only forcibly increase 1 or 2 levels at most. Sun Sihao had almost reached the heaven realm, so it could be seen that the effect of the pill was powerful. It should have been made by Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. Everyone sighed, not knowing if this would affect the battle. Sun Sihao once again exerted his strength with great momentum. Countless golden lights surrounded him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, determined to take revenge for his previous humiliation. He formed a seal with both hands, and the temperature in the air suddenly rose. A huge and complicated pattern appeared on the ground, vaguely forming a circle of flames that was filled with great pressure. Sun Sihao was in the middle of it, and the raging flames soared into the sky. As he waved his hand, the fire dragon swept over, aiming at Yixuan. It's my turn now. Clip-clop, clip-clop, the hurried sound of horse hooves could be heard. It was as if black lightning had streaked across the sky as huge hooves descended from the sky. Looking at the hooves on his chest, Sun Sihao actually saw a disdainful look on a horse. He was so angry from the embarrassment that he couldn't catch his breath. Everyone was speechless for a moment, but at the same time, they realized the problem. Perhaps Sun Sihao really couldn't even beat a horse. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 and the others who had been hoping for him to show off his skills and wash their humiliation away all turned their heads away. This time, they had lost all their face. Yixuan didn't even spare him a glance. What are you doing with all this fancy stuff? Why don't you just admit defeat? Then you don't have to suffer this physical pain. At this moment, Sun Sihao even wanted to die. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking. You! Before he could finish speaking, the black horse stopped hard. He suddenly drew a beautiful parabola and accurately landed in the stable. This action wasn't lethal, but it was extremely insulting. The expressions of Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 and the others could only be described as terrifying. Pooh! Sun Sihao poked his head out of the stable and frantically spat out the grass in his mouth. A faint fragrance spread out, and it was sweet in his mouth. As if he realized something, his pupils shrank violently. When everyone rushed over, they saw Sun Sihao in the stable, chewing the grass in his mouth in a daze. For a moment, everyone thought that the kick just now had landed on Sun Sihao's head. It's over. He was kicked silly. I won't dare to look down on this dark horse anymore. It's simply the king of horses. Seeing everyone's arrival, Sun Sihao finally came back to his senses and stuttered. Master, please listen to my explanation. Don't call me master. I don't have a disgraceful disciple like you. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 couldn't wait to break off his master-disciple relationship with Sun Sihao right now. No, master. These are all spiritual plants. So many spiritual plants. Alchemy King Guzai's voice was cold to the extreme. What nonsense are you saying? Sun Sihao casually grabbed a handful and presented it as if it were a treasure. Master, look. The thing in his hand exuded a strange medicinal fragrance, which was refreshing and full of spiritual energy. It was a spiritual plant indeed, and it was of the highest quality. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 was dumbstruck. His mouth agape so wide that an entire egg could fit in. How is this possible? The stables were filled with fodder that looked like ordinary grass, but the problem was, who would feed these ordinary horses with such precious spiritual plants? Even spiritual beasts didn't receive such treatment. However, the smell that it emitted could not lie. Gu Roman 11 suddenly snatched it over and sniffed it carefully. That's right. It's indeed the Lingjaidu grass, 9 revolution heart-piercing seed, snake vine mandara, purple gold jade calabash vine. Towards the end, his voice became louder and his expression became more and more incredulous. Gu Roman 11 listed out the names of dozens of spiritual plants in one breath, and everyone was stunned. It was no wonder that the people of Tai King sect would show such an expression. After all, they did not know anything about these. The fifth elder could not help but ask, are these spiritual plants very precious? Sun Sihao gasped. It's not just precious. It's hard to find even with money. Alchemy King Guzai's eyes were shining. He didn't care about others. He took some of the plants and started chewing immediately. This taste is definitely authentic. The expressions of the Tai King sect disciples became even more indescribable. The two of them were indeed master and disciple. This could be confirmed just from their identical actions and reactions. They shouldn't have done that even though it's a spiritual plant. After all, the horse was still watching them from the side. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 didn't mind the dirt as he started rummaging through the stables. It's been a long time since I've seen a peak-grade Heaven 100-leafed orchid. The only pity is that its roots and leaves are damaged. There was a row of neat teeth marks on the damaged part. He immediately revealed a pained expression. There was no need to ask who the culprit was. The black horse was staring at him coldly, chewing something in its mouth. Oh my God, isn't this the purple ginseng king? Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 cried out in alarm. He quickly pulled out the ginseng from the horse's mouth and barely managed to save it. Unfortunately, the ginseng was already half-eaten. However, he didn't mind the saliva on it. It can be used in medicine. Fortunately, the main medicinal properties haven't been destroyed. Hearing this, everyone from Tai King sect made a decision they would never touch the next batch of pills that Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 was going to refine. Snort! The black horse at the side suddenly snorted and looked at him fiercely. This person who had repeatedly snatched food from its mouth had obviously made it extremely dissatisfied. The ponytail swung back and forth like a whip, striking Alchemy King Gu's hand. Even so, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 didn't seem to notice it. Even if the sky were to fall down at this moment, he would probably not be willing to leave. He was still rummaging through the pile of fodder. The black horse raised its front hooves and was about to give Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 a deep lesson, letting him know that it wasn't someone to be trifled with. Yixuan gave it a look. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you double. In other words, he still had a lot of such fodder. The black horse was instantly satisfied and stood quietly at the side. Who knew that his sentence seemed to have triggered Alchemy King Gu Roman 11? He said with a bitter heart, "What's wrong with your Tai King sect? You're actually using spiritual plants to feed the horses. It was simply a waste of God's gift." The other people of Tai King sect were like, "Not me. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Their eyes fell on Yixuan. As expected of you. Everyone's eyes revealed this information. Thinking of Yixuan's past extravagance, the tolerance of the people of Tai King sect had been uplifted. It was not surprising even if he fed the horses with spiritual plants. In the eyes of Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 and the others, this expression meant that was something they were used to and often did. Sun Sihao thought of his master's boastful talk about how to plant spiritual plants in front of the people of Tai King sect, and how difficult it was to plant them. It was a big slap in the face. They actually did not find it difficult at all. Otherwise, how could there be extra spiritual plants to feed the horses? Moreover, they all looked like they were used to it, which made them seem to be making a fuss. Sun Sihao thought, "Master, this group of people is clearly pretending to be stupid." If the people of Tai King sect knew Sun Sihao's thoughts, they would definitely tell him that he was overthinking it. Alchemy King Guzai's group of people no longer had their previous arrogance. At this moment, they were simply filled with regret. They shouldn't have shown that kind of attitude back then. They hoped that there was still time to remedy it. "You don't have to say any more. I understand." Alchemy King Guzai's face was full of heartache. He revealed a kind smile. His face was extremely pleasant, without the slightest bit of arrogance. Compared to the time when he first came, he was a completely different person. Those who didn't know would think that he had been switched. The second elder, the third elder, and the fifth elder all felt uncomfortable under his gaze. "Alchemy King Gu Roman 11, please feel free to tell us if you have something to say." Cough, cough. Alchemy King coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. "Do you still lack manpower in your stable?" The people from Tai King sect were a little confused. "I wonder, what do you mean?" "It's like this. I have a few disappointing disciples here. They can't do anything, yet they're bullied by horses when they fight. I'd like to take this opportunity to train them in the stables for a few days." "Sun Sihao?" "Master, I suspect that you're referring to me, and I have evidence." Facing Alchemy King Gu Roman 11, who had sold him out so easily, Sun Sihao's expression was full of resentment. But when he saw the supreme grade spiritual plants at the side, he was instantly overjoyed. Apart from the surrounding, this was a place that almost all alchemists dreamed of. With so many supreme grade spiritual plants, they could use them however they wanted. In fact, these people couldn't be blamed for their behavior. Alchemy was money-consuming. Although the refined pills could also be sold for money, supreme-grade spiritual plants were not easy to find, not to mention that there were so many ready-made ones in front of them. This place was simply like heaven, and there were many spiritual plants that Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 couldn't find. Now that he finally found them, how could he let them go so easily? "Don't worry, I'll teach you everything I know about alchemy. I don't need the things that Sect Master Han Yu gave me, but I have one condition. Can you give me some of these plants?" Alchemy King Guzai's gaze landed on Yixuan as he apologized with utmost sincerity. "I was ignorant previously and thus offended Elder Yi. I hope that you will be magnanimous and not hold it against me." After he calmed down, he knew that although this young man was only at level 2 human realm, his strength was unfathomable. In addition, his background must not be ordinary for him to be able to take out so many spiritual plants. The other's attitude had also shown that Yixuan wasn't to be underestimated. Since Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 had lowered his attitude, Yixuan naturally had no reason to hold back. Besides, there was no benefit in opposing Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. Although he had a lot of spiritual plants, he didn't know how to refine pills. He might as well give it to Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 to use. "Alchemy King, don't stand on ceremony. It's just some fodder. I have a lot of it here, so there's no harm to give you some." Hearing Yixuan's nonchalant words, even Alchemy King Gu Roman 11, who had a high social status, felt admired. "Damn it, I've been flaunted." "That's good," he forced a smile. Looking at the mountain of spiritual plants in the warehouse behind the stable, The tiny bit of dissatisfaction in Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 had disappeared completely. He looked at Yichuan as if he was looking at his parents. These are all supreme grade spiritual plants. Both the appearance and the age are perfect to the extreme. The eyes of Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 and the others lit up like a pack of hungry wolves seeing meat. Sun Sihao almost couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart and was about to rush forward. Alchemy King Gu's eyes gaze forced him to stop. Then, he said embarrassedly, "After you, master." Only then did Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 nod his head in satisfaction. They busied themselves in and out of the warehouse. Some of them had even taken out the cauldrons. It seemed like they were preparing to refine pills on the spot. Those who didn't know would think that this was a great place. In fact, it was just the stable's warehouse at the back of the mountain of Tai King sect. The corner of the second elder's eyes twitched. "Alchemy King, why don't you change the location?" Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 rejected hurriedly. "No need. In order to prevent the spiritual plants from being damaged while moving, we'll just stay here." With these top-quality spiritual plants, even the stables were no different from heaven in their eyes. Yichuan waved his hand. "Don't be polite with me, Alchemy King. There's still more after you're done. Don't feel bad about it, and don't save it for me either." Upon hearing this, the way Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 looked at Yichuan became especially respectful. His attitude was completely different from the time when he first came. "Elder Yi, I don't even know how to thank you." He didn't expect Yichuan to be so broad-minded. Not only did he not care about the previous offense, but he also treated him so sincerely. Most importantly, he was generous. "Elder Yi, don't worry. I will definitely teach you all everything." The people of Tai King sect were naturally overjoyed when they heard this. Since the Alchemy King had said this himself, it must be true. Even if they could only learn a part of his skill, it was enough for them to use it for life. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of consuming 10,000 tons of supreme-grade spiritual plants. Mission reward: 3,000 prodigal points. Hearing the system notification in his head, Yichuan also showed a satisfied smile. Everyone was very satisfied with the ending. The most unhappy person was the Dark Horse. The plants were all his originally, but now there were so many uninvited guests who snatched its food. After being fed by Yichuan with supreme-grade spiritual plants for so many days, even a pig would be intelligent, and even an ordinary horse would have gained intelligence and become extraordinary. A worker wanted to lead it back to the stables, but the black horse suddenly turned its head. The sound of the air coming out of its nose became louder and louder. Its front hooves were digging the ground violently, and it did not allow anyone to get close. Thinking that it even dared to kick Sun Sihao, the others didn't dare to move, for fear of being injured by its legs. Seeing that Yichuan was about to leave, the black horse neighed and actually broke free of the reins and rushed out. Without any warning, the stable worker fell to the ground and ate a mouthful of soil. Yichuan looked at the black horse in surprise. "You want to go with me?" The black horse nodded like a human. It bit the reins and then put it on Yichuan's hand. Everyone can tell what it meant. In the eyes of others, the dark horse was violent and not to be trifled with, but it was extremely docile in front of Yichuan. Everyone's expression was indescribable, especially Sun Sihao. The place where he was kicked by the horse's leg was still in pain. He couldn't help but mutter, "Good Lord, this horse has really become a spiritual being. It actually has two faces." The black horse's ears moved, as if it had heard him. It looked at him, and the sound of breathing from its nose suddenly became heavier. Sun Sihao suddenly felt that the injury was more painful, and he didn't dare to say anything. Yichuan was also feeling emotional. He was lacking a mount. Since the black horse was so human, he couldn't help but pat its head. "All right, from now on, you'll be called Taksu." Taksu's entire body was pitch black, and only the hooves were white. It was as if it was treading on snow, so the name was very appropriate. It kept neighing, apparently quite fond of the name. These days, everyone in Tai King sect was very busy. In addition to the sect returning ceremony, they also had to attend Alchemy King Guzai's lectures. The Alchemy King and the others were very attentive to teaching. The one who was the most leisure in the entire sect would probably be Yichuan. However, the sudden sound of the system notification instantly made him feel a sense of urgency. Ding! Random mission. Consume 1,000 Supreme Grade Marrow Cleansing Pills. Mission success reward: 3,000 prodigal points. Mission failure will result in a random prodigal points deduction. Effective period: 2 days Yichuan was stunned. He didn't need any marrow cleansing pill with his current talent. How could he use up so many pills? Stupid system. You've already washed my spiritual root away, so what's the use of giving me so many marrow cleansing pills? Yichuan wanted to use it on himself, but he can't. The pills were useless for him. Why don't I give one to everyone in the sect? Even so, he probably wouldn't be able to finish distributing them, or he would have to find someone on the streets to give them to. Just as Yichuan was thinking about how to complete this task, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 suddenly paid him a visit. Elder Yi, I've received an invitation from the Lin family. Why don't you go with me? It'll be more lively with more people on the way. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 wanted to get closer to Yichuan, so he invited him to attend the Lin family's engagement banquet. The Lin family was a well-known ancient family, and there was even a moon realm expert in their ancestors. But the later generations were getting worse. Even so, the Lin family's patriarch couldn't be underestimated. It was said that he was already at heaven realm level 6. This time, their marriage partner was also the Su family, which was of similar strength. It could be said to be a strong alliance. Yichuan thought that he had nothing to do, so he agreed to go with them. Since he came to this world, he had not come into contact with such an ancient family, so he was very curious. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 had grand arrangements wherever he went. The spiritual beasts, Thunder, were ready to go. Each of them was well raised, and Yichuan contributed a lot. Even ordinary horses could eat spiritual plants, so Thunder beasts could also have some. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 thought it was a waste, but Yichuan was rich and generous, so he compromised in the end. With a neigh, Thunder beast leaped into the air. It was as if it was walking on the flat ground sitting in the carriage. They were indeed extremely precious spiritual beasts. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach their destination. The Vermilion Gate was very imposing, and the stone lion at the gate was even more vivid, as if it was about to come to life. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be sculpted from a whole piece of high-quality spiritual jade. No wonder it was so full of spiritual energy. The people around them sighed, as expected of a centennial family. They're indeed generous. Even the furnishings in the room were decorated with night-luminescent pearls, which made the word happiness even more dazzling. The centennial family's heritage and extraordinary nobility could be seen everywhere. Alchemy King Gu's eyes' expression turned strange. He thought of the night-luminescent pearls that covered the steps of Tai King sect and the crystal ice chalcedony that could be seen everywhere. If he had not seen it before, he would definitely be amazed by the Lin family's generosity. But now, it seemed a little petty in comparison. As expected, there was no hurt without comparison. He shook his head in his heart. Welcome, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. Sorry for not waiting for you at the door. The Lin family patriarch received the news and came out to welcome him warmly. His eyes stopped on Yichuan for a moment, and he asked with doubt, "May I know who this is? Could he be Alchemy King Guzai's disciple at such a young age?" However, it didn't seem to be the case since they walked side by side, and the Alchemy King treated him with courtesy. "This is Elder Yi from the Tai King sect. I've recently been invited by the sect to give a lecture. Elder Yi has been taking care of me." The smile on the Lin family patriarch's face suddenly faded a lot. He had never heard of Tai King sect, so it must not be a big sect. However, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 seemed to take him very seriously. The patriarch didn't think too much about it. "Since you're brought by the Alchemy King, you're also an important guest of my Lin family. Please take a seat." The Lin family patriarch was extremely polite as he made an inviting gesture. Even Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 is invited. The Lin family is really a big shot. I heard that the Lin family patriarch and the Alchemy King are old friends. Since both sides have such a good relationship, why doesn't the Alchemy King treat the young master? SHH, don't talk nonsense on a joyous day. Alchemy King Guzai's arrival caused the atmosphere to reach a small climax, becoming even more lively. Very soon, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 was surrounded by many people who wanted to build relationships with him. On the contrary, Yichuan was completely ignored. Tai King sect had just been established not long ago, so there was naturally a lot of news that those in the outside world didn't know. In the eyes of the public, he was just an elder of a small sect who somehow managed to know Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. Naturally, no one took Yichuan seriously, and he didn't care either. Seeing that Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 wasn't free, he left his seat and planned to walk around. This stone lion is a little too small, and the night luminescent pearl isn't big or bright enough. I heard people outside bragging about how powerful this centennial family is, but now I find there's nothing special. Yixuan criticized without any ill intentions, but he felt a little lacking. He was used to squandering, and his horizons had been broadened, so he naturally felt that these things were very rare and ordinary. In the outside world, the Lin family's items were already unimaginable wealth. After all, they were an ancient family, and there were more valuable things in their treasury that they would not easily show to others. Moreover, not everyone was as rich as Yixuan, who had the prodigal system as his backing and had all the good things on display. However, when others who did not know the truth heard this, they would regard this as a provocation. Who are you? How dare you slander my Lin family? A young man was looking at Yixuan angrily. He was wearing a purple gold crown, which was extremely expensive. Even the jade pendant on his body was a top-grade defensive magic weapon, which was enough to show that his family background was extraordinary. I'm an elder from Tai King sect, Yixuan. The man frowned. Tai King sect? I've never heard of it. Where's this wild sect? You actually dare to trespass my Lin family. Are you having ulterior motives? Second young master, Tai King sect seems to have only been established recently. So he was the Lin family's second young master, Lin Tianji. His father was the brother of the current Lin family patriarch. No wonder he was so angry after hearing Yixuan's words. Lin Tianyi's gaze was not friendly. What right does a sect like this have to enter our Lin family? He must have sneaked in. Men, take him down. I came here with Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. Lin Tianyi sized Yixuan up. He found that his clothes were ordinary and his cultivation was not high. He couldn't help but say in disdain, "You can't even come up with a decent lie. Do you really think we're 3-year-old kids? How could Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 have anything to do with someone like you?" After saying that, he gave a look to the few servants. Then they surrounded Yixuan instantly. Yixuan secretly tightened his grip on the water and fire talisman, and the atmosphere became tenser and tenser. Hold on. As a man walked over from the side, everyone's expression turned strange, especially Lin Tianyi, who had a hint of ridicule and jealousy in his eyes. Everyone here is a guest, so there's no need to make such a big fuss. Lin Tianyi snorted and said to Yixuan, "Consider yourself lucky this time." After saying this, he left without looking back, not even giving the man an extra glance. The servant behind him nodded to the man and then hurriedly followed. By the time Yixuan wanted to thank him, the man had already left. He was as silent as when he came. This made Yixuan a little confused. It's really strange. Who the hell is this? If the man's status was said to be noble, Lin Tianyi didn't have much respect for him though. He didn't even care about him. However, he wasn't ordinary either since he could make them stop with one sentence. When Yixuan returned, he happened to run into Alchemy King Gu Roman 11, who had come out to look for him. "Where have you been? The ceremony is about to start." "I just went out for a stroll." Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 didn't say anything. The two of them sat down together. Due to Guzai's esteemed status, he was arranged to sit at the head of the table. Yixuan was naturally the same. This scene fell into Lin Tianyi's eyes, and he couldn't help but be shocked. This kid really knows Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. However, the conflict just now did not happen. Even if Yixuan wanted to settle the score later, Lin Tianyi was not afraid. He laughed coldly and said, "There are plenty of people who know how to flatter. He's just lucky." Yixuan looked around and found that the young man who had just helped him out was also there. "He's here too." Hearing this, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 followed Yixuan's line of sight. "You know the Lin family's eldest young master too?" He never thought that he would be the protagonist of today's engagement banquet. Lin Yuanhang. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 sighed. This Lin Yuanhang was originally an outstanding talent, a rare genius in the world. It's just a pity. Yixuan couldn't help but be a little curious. "What do you mean?" It turned out that Lin Yuanhang had shown extraordinary talent since he was a child, leaving his peers behind. He was only about 8 years old, but he was already at Earth Realm Level 5. It could be said that he had a promising future. However, a sudden illness caused his cultivation level to drop drastically to Human Realm. He was unable to advance any further and was gradually overtaken by others, turning from a genius to a loser.
One could imagine how sad it was to fall in one day.
Yixuan couldn't help but ask, "What kind of strange illness is it?" Can't he recover? Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 shook his head. The Lin family's patriarch has searched for famous doctors all these years, but he still couldn't find the right treatment. In the end, he found out that, for some unknown reason, Lin Yuanhang's foundation had been broken, and the damage was irreparable. That was why he stopped advancing. As long as the damage is repaired, he'll be fine. Facing Yixuan's question, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 sighed. How can it be that easy? Even I'm at a loss. What I need is really too much. Before Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 could finish, he was interrupted by the MC. It's the auspicious time. Almost everyone had arrived, but the bride was still not there. The guests were discussing among themselves. What's going on? Why isn't anyone from the bride arrived yet? How can they be late for such an important day? I'm afraid it won't be good if they miss the auspicious time. I heard that Miss Su has been training outside. I think it's normal for there to be a delay in information. Could it be that the Su family has other ideas? I've heard that Su Qingyan is already at the peak of the Earth realm. With such an unlimited future, how could she marry a good-for-nothing? If it were me, I wouldn't be willing either. The Su family didn't say anything on the surface, but they have always been quite critical about this. Who would be willing to marry their family genius to a waste? That's not true either. The relationship between the two families is not bad, and this marriage was set by the old forefather. It is impossible for the Su family to fall out and go back on their words. The crowd's words made the Lin family patriarch feel a little embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, "Everyone, please be patient. There might be an emergency, so they're delayed." Then, he whispered to the person beside him, "Hurry up and take a look at what's going on with the Su family." The more Yixuan listened, the more familiar the script was to him. An original genius became a loser after a great change, and then he had a fiancée with similar family background. Then, shouldn't the next step be, Su Qingyan is here? As the ethereal female voice rang out, the entire place fell silent. The bright red clothes were like a ball of fire, attracting everyone's eyes. It was as if their eyes would get burned if they looked at the red clothes more. Even more eye-catching than this color was the beautiful and exquisite face. Her eyebrows were like a painting, and she was really stunning to the extreme. It was no wonder that many young talents at the banquet were attracted to such a female genius. So this is the Su family's young lady, Su Qingyan. I didn't expect her to be so graceful and charming. Everyone was full of praise. With such talent, looks, strength, and family background, it's a pity to be with the Lin family's young master. Although Lin Yuanhang was also good-looking, and the two of them looked like a perfect couple, his strength was low. Therefore, it was inevitable that people would feel like the marriage was putting new wine into old bottles. These two don't match at all other than their family backgrounds. Lower your voice. Now that the main character is here, do you want others to hear you? Even though the crowd was whispering among themselves, the people present were all cultivators with sharp ears and eyes. How could they not hear? The Lin family patriarch's face darkened, but he did not make a sound. "Nisu, you're finally here. By the way, where are the others?" Patriarch Lin looked at the door and saw that Su Qingyan was alone. The other members of the Su family were nowhere to be seen. This scene did not seem like an engagement. Coupled with the fact that she had arrived late, he suddenly had a bad feeling. "I can do it alone," Su Qingyan said expressionlessly. The Lin family patriarch shook his head in disagreement. "Although it's an engagement now, it's also a matter of life. I've discussed it with your father." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Qingyan interrupted him. "Patriarch Lin has made a mistake. I'm here to break off the engagement." As soon as she finished speaking, the whole place was in an uproar. Compared to everyone's shock, Yixuan was extremely calm. It's indeed the familiar trend of breaking off an engagement. One alchemy king Gu Roman 11 was confused. "What do you mean?" Yixuan's expression was unfathomable. It can only be understood but not explained. At this moment, the Lin family patriarch stood up from his chair in anger. "What? Your Su family wants to break off the engagement?" He looked at Su Qingyan with a dark expression. Facing the Lin family patriarch's gaze, Su Qingyan's face was filled with indifference. "That's right. Do you know that this marriage was set by the two ancestors? Your Su family actually broke the contract publicly, disgracing our Lin family?" What angered Patriarch Lin the most was that the Su family had long had the intention to break the promise, but now only they told the truth. Under everyone's eyes, this humiliation was like a resounding slap in the Lin family's face. The Su family looked down on them. Su Qingyun's face was filled with guilt. My father wanted to mention it long ago, but the Lin family acted too fast and didn't give us a chance to react. The Lin family patriarch was so angry that he laughed. According to what you're saying, it's our Lin family who is in the wrong. Her words made it seem as if their Lin family was insistent on this marriage, which was really ear-piercing to the extreme. I dare not, but young Master Lin and I are not on the same path. I offer this as an apology, and I hope you can accept it. Su Qingyun opened the bottle cap, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted in the air. She poured out a few dark green pills, which were obviously extremely precious. Alchemy King Gu's eyes lit up. What a perfect marrow-cleansing pills. I wonder who refined them. Even he had said so. So one could imagine that the pills were good things. Yixuan, on the other hand, was uninterested. So what if it was a perfect marrow-cleansing pill? How could it be compared to a supreme grade 1? But it can't completely restore Lin Yuanhang's foundation. It needs to be of the supreme grade. But the supreme grade pill formula had long been lost. Those on market are incomplete. Yixuan was in disbelief. What did you just say? Repairing Lin Yuanhang's foundation requires supreme grade marrow cleansing pill. That's right. Even if there's a pill formula, some of the ancient spiritual plants don't even exist anymore. It's extremely hard to refine. Yixuan had a lot of supreme grade marrow cleansing pills, and he could even give them to Lin Yuanhang to eat like candy. Lin Yuanhang, who had been silent at the side, suddenly said, "Do you think that our Lin family will care about a few mere medicinal pills?" Su Qingyun couldn't even be bothered to look at her fiancé. They can repair part of your foundation. You don't want to be a waste for the rest of your life, do you? Lin Yuanhang clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on his hands were popping out. I don't want your things. Take your pills and get lost. Su Qingyun had always been a genius and was treated with respect wherever she went. When she heard Lin Yuanhang's impolite words, the little bit of guilt in her heart disappeared. What? You're still engaging in wishful thinking. If I were you, I would give up this marriage voluntarily instead of asking for humiliation here. Su Qingyun threw the bottle at Lin Yuanhang's feet. The contempt and disdain in her words and actions were like a hot slap in his face. No one would be able to endure such a great humiliation, let alone a former genius. How could the Lin family patriarch take such a big blow? He was about to attack regardless of his status, but he held himself back. Silly girl, don't blame me for being rude if you dare to speak so arrogantly again. Su Qingyun's face was completely fearless. Patriarch Lin, I come to apologize because I respect you as an elder. However, don't take advantage of your seniority. This marriage is clearly wrong. Are you trying to force me? The Su family seemed to be rational. It was clear that they were in the wrong in this matter. Not to mention the Lin family, even Yixuan felt uncomfortable hearing this as an outsider. Every dog will have his day. Don't bully a poor young man. Everyone thought that it was Lin Yuanhang who said it, but who knew that he was also shocked. The person who said this was Yixuan. After shouting out that classic line, he felt extremely comfortable. Everyone was confused by Yixuan's sudden appearance. Who is this person? Where did he come from? He seems to have come with Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. Their relationship seems to be quite deep. Su Qingyun sized Yixuan up, and the disdain in her eyes grew even stronger. She thought that he was Lin Yuanhang's friend. You're just level 2 human realm, but you dare to talk big here? No wonder people say that birds of a feather flock together. It's indeed true. Lin Yuanhang, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Yixuan's words echoed in his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh. Yes, don't bully a poor young man. Even the Lin family patriarch's eyes revealed admiration. He didn't expect that Yixuan, who seemed to have low cultivation, would be so enlightening and thought-provoking. Yixuan glanced at Su Qingyun and smiled amiably, but his words were extremely sharp. Then may I ask this young lady, what are you? Are you going back on your word or being treacherous? The dignified Su family actually raised such a descendant. I'm afraid that even your ancestors can't bear it. Yixuan had exposed Su Qingyun, and she was instantly enraged. Who do you think you are? How dare you point your fingers here? With a flash of spiritual light, the fiery red whip flew out of Su Qingyun's hand like a spiritual snake, headed straight for Yixuan's face. Be careful, Lin Yuanhang reminded him, but it was too late. The long whip set off a scorching wave. Under the high temperature, even the air became distorted. Even the bystanders could feel the boiling temperature, not to mention Yixuan who was in the center. If this whip hit him, he would either die or be crippled. You're such a vicious woman. People say that you shouldn't hit someone's face. I only said a few words of truth, but you actually attacked me. The whip was very close to Yixuan before he managed to dodge. The whip was extremely fast in the eyes of others, but it was nothing to him. He didn't forget to ridicule it. However, in the eyes of the others, Yixuan had barely dodged Su Qingyan's whip, which was extremely strenuous. Bang! The whip hit the blue and white porcelain behind him. The porcelain, which was half the height of a man, shattered into countless pieces. There were even traces of burns on the edges. What a strong fire element. I heard that Miss Su was born with a fire spirit root. She really lives up for her reputation. Su Qingyan's whip technique was superb, and it was also wrapped in a dense fire element. It was dazzling, and the sky was full of traces of dancing fire. Many valuable decorations were also destroyed. Seeing that her attacks were missed, Su Qingyan was furious. Are you a man? Why do you only know how to dodge? If I don't dodge, am I going to be eaten by a tigress like you? Yixuan said without turning his head. Hearing this, Su Qingyan's little face turned red with anger, and fire shot out of her watery eyes. The whip fell continuously, but it hit nothing. The aura on her body continued to rise, and her whip techniques became even more ruthless. It could be said that every move was fatal, and it was clear that Su Qingyan was going to kill him. The fire element in the air became more and more active, and it was all drawn by Su Qingyan. The flames of the fire illuminated her face, making her look even more delicate and beautiful. She was as bright as a peach flower, but she was also fatally dangerous. Roar! A fire dragon whizzed out as if a real dragon had come into being. It charged toward Yixuan with tremendous force. Every dragon scale on its body glowed with fire, swallowing and burning everything around it. This aura made even the people around them feel shocked. What a terrifying fire element! To be able to cause such a phenomenon, could it be that she has subdued the rare fire? There were many rare treasures in the world, and the rare fire was one of them. Most of them were formed by gathering the essence of the world. They were all very powerful, whether it was used to refine pills, weapons, or as a means of attack. However, it was extremely difficult to subdue the strange fire. After all, to use a human body to contain such a natural treasure, the lightest consequence would be serious injuries, and the heaviest consequence would be the explosion of the body and death. It was extremely dangerous. Nevertheless, if they were successfully tamed, the benefits they brought were immense. If a person with a fire spirit root tamed a rare fire, the spirit root would become pure and become a mutated heavenly fire spirit root. Everyone was shocked. In contrast, Yixuan, who was in the center of the storm, was still calm. His black eyes were like a deep pool of water. Seeing that the fire dragon was about to attack Yixuan, and that he could not resist it with his strength alone, Lin Yuanheng could not help but look at the person sitting in the main seat. Father. The engagement banquet was about to turn into a farce. The Lin family patriarch's veins were bulging, and he finally couldn't bear it anymore. Enough! With a furious roar, a powerful aura was released. It was like a towering mountain pressing down on the place. Even the fire dragon was suppressed. Only faint sparks appeared and gradually dissipated. Although Su Qingyan was the best of her peers, she couldn't withstand the Lin family patriarch's strong and domineering aura. No matter how powerful she was only in her early 20s. Perhaps she could surpass him if she was given a little more time. But now, she was still too young. Su Qingyan suddenly took a few steps back, and the whip in her hand was only left with a faint red light. If one looked closely, one would see that her wrist was trembling slightly. On the other hand, Yixuan seemed to be fine. Lin Yuanheng, who was observing from the side, saw all of this with a thoughtful expression. Even Su Qingyan couldn't bear it, so how could a mere level 2 human realm, Yixuan, be able to stay calm? Patriarch Lin's face was cold. Miss Su, on account of our family ties and your father's friendship, I've been tolerating you. But this doesn't mean that our Lin family doesn't have a temper. Su Qingyan felt as if she was facing a great enemy with just a light exertion of force from Patriarch Lin. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her smooth forehead, and even her face turned extremely pale. HMPH, a cold snort rang out, and it was like a heavy hammer that hit everyone's heart. A huge pressure instantly spread out, almost suffocating everyone. Who is it with such a majestic aura? What a Lin family! Are you bullying my Su family here? The voice came before the person. It was like thunder from the heaven, exploding in everyone's ears. They felt as if their eardrums were about to be shattered. An old man walked in slowly. He looked kind and amiable, but his eyes occasionally revealed a bright light. The people around him made way for him. Su Qingyan looked at him as if she had seen her savior. Father, you're finally here. The Lin family has gone too far. The Lin family patriarch's expression turned even colder when he heard this. It was clearly you who broke off the engagement in public and caused the Lin family to lose face. And now you're even making bogus accusations, making it seem like the Lin family has let you down. You're too impulsive. I said we had to plan this matter carefully. Patriarch Su looked at Su Qingyan disapprovingly. Then his eyes fell on Lin Yuanheng and the others with a hint of undetectable contempt. This was so-called father and daughter. Their superior mannerisms were simply the same. Brother Lin, my daughter has been pampered by me since she was young. She may be a little willful in her words and actions, but since she's not sensible, how can you be not sensible as well to fight with her? When people who were not in the know heard this, they would think that the Lin family was the one who started the trouble. Lin Yuanheng was so angry that he almost laughed at the Su family's ability to twist the truth. Xuan took advantage of the opportunity. She's so old, but still don't know anything. I'm afraid the Su family has raised a giant baby. This was exactly what everyone was thinking. If it wasn't for the timing and occasion, they really would have applauded Xuan. Patriarch Su's face was gloomy. For so many years, no junior had dared to speak to him like this. His gaze on Xuan was a little more unfriendly. Impudent, who are you? How dare you be so arrogant? I'm just a person who sees injustice. I can't stand seeing someone break the contract and be so arrogant. Even the family member behaves the same. Xuan sounded shallow, but his words were filled with sarcasm. Patriarch Su was rendered speechless. Su Qingyan, on the other hand, glared at him fiercely and whispered something to her father. Patriarch Su's eyes were then filled with killing intent. Young man, you're very courageous. I haven't seen someone so bold in a long time, he said meaningfully. Some people like to be in the limelight and play the hero, but they also have to see if they have the ability. Boasting shamelessly will only invite disaster. The meaning behind his words was obvious. It was obvious that Patriarch Su would not let Xuan off easily. Otherwise, if the rumor that anyone could provoke the Su family spread, it would affect their reputation. Lin Yuanheng stood between the two and blocked his view. Uncle Su, this is our family matter. There's no need to involve outsiders. After saying that, he looked at Xuan gratefully. Thank you for speaking up for justice just now. Xuan admired Lin Yuanheng's style of doing things. Such a person was worth his help. Patriarch Su sneered. Even if my daughter is in the wrong, you shouldn't humiliate her like this. Besides, we've already apologized and even brought you the pills. The Lin family is overbearing and even hurt her. Now, Xuan finally saw what it meant to lie through his teeth. He shook his head as he watched from the side. Lin Yuanheng was expressionless. Uncle Su, it sounds like you are rational. But have you ever thought that you are the one who started this matter? Since you don't want your daughter to get married, you should have brought it up earlier and not break off the marriage in public. Even though he had no cultivation, the aura he exuded could not be underestimated. Even in the face of an expert like Patriarch Su, he did not back down. It made the Su family feel a little guilty. Seeing that they couldn't win, they began to put other ideas forward. Why don't you take a look at your own status and cultivation? Do you know that my daughter has already subdued a rare fire and possesses a mutated heavenly fire spirit root? She's even chosen by the elders of the Yachi Holy Land. You're simply not worthy. The crowd gasped. No wonder Su Qingyan was so arrogant even though she was in the wrong to break off the engagement. Also, no wonder the Su family was so confident. So this was the reason. Yachi Holy Land was one of the 7 major sects. Su Qingyan's future was bound to be unlimited since she had caught their eye. So what if the Su family was known for being treacherous? Just the name of Yachi Holy Land was enough to scare people to death. So what was a mere breaking off the engagement? If Su Qingyan became a disciple of the sect, her future would no longer be restricted by this small world. The Lin family fell silent. They couldn't deal with Yachi Holy Land. Even their family was nothing in front of the 7 big sects. Patriarch Su revealed a smug smile and took out the pills in his hand. These are incomplete supreme grade marrow cleansing pill. Although it can only repair half of your son's foundation, it's enough for him to start cultivating again. If there's a chance, it's not impossible for him to completely repair it. Su Qingyan pouted. Father, how could you give them such precious pills? I'm just cleaning up your mess. I've told you not to be reckless, but you've still caused so much trouble for me, Patriarch Su said unhappily. He looked at the pills in his hand and could not help but reveal a pained expression. He was originally reluctant to take them out. Although Yachi Holy Land had given them enough confidence, it was not a glorious thing that they have broken the promise. It would be unreasonable if Patriarch Su didn't spend a lot to stop the Lin family's mouths. Supreme grade marrow cleansing pill. Even if it was incomplete, it was still a treasure of the world. Even Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 couldn't sit still.
Oh my god.
Supreme grade marrow cleansing pill. Where did they get such a good thing? The formula for the pill had been lost, and it could be said that almost no one in the world could refine it. Looking at the expressions of the people around him, Yi Xuan was a little speechless. He was having a headache over how to solve the pile of perfect supreme grade marrow cleansing pills. Why were they surprised with this incomplete one? I have plenty of that if you want. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 thought Yi Xuan was joking. He smiled without saying anything. Not to mention the fact that the formula had been lost. Even if it hadn't, some of the materials and spiritual plants no longer existed. From this, one could see the value of supreme-grade marrow cleansing pills. No wonder everyone had such expressions. How is it? I heard that Brother Lin is looking for pills to cure your son's injury. Our Su family has done our best and did not let you down. This can be considered as compensation for breaking off the engagement. Patriarch Su's high and mighty attitude deeply hurt Lin Yuanhang. It was as if Patriarch Su was giving alms, and as if he had picked up a great bargain. Su Qingyan had publicly broken off the engagement and humiliated them first. She had even spoken arrogantly and simply looked down on the Lin family. And now they were acting like this. Everyone has a temper, including him. Lin Yuanhang said coldly, I don't need your pills. Su Qingyan was a little unhappy when she heard this. Lin Yuanhang, don't do something beyond your ability. It's already a great fortune that you're able to restore part of your spirit root. Do you still want to be picky? Or do you want to be a good-for-nothing for the rest of your life? She kept calling Lin Yuanhang a good-for-nothing, and the veins on his hands popped out. Mind your words. What? Did I say something wrong? You don't even allow others to say that you're a good-for-nothing since you're one. Qingyan, seeing that the two sides were almost fighting, the Su family patriarch rebuked lightly. How can you say like that? You're shooting from your lip. Although he said this, there was no blame in his expression. He even faintly agreed with it, which made Lin Yuanhang and the others furious. Brother Lin, you don't have to take the words of a child seriously. You should just keep this pill. The Lin family indeed needed this pill, but if they accepted it, where would Lin Yuanhang's position be? What would happen to the Lin family's face? They would probably be ridiculed by the world and forever nailed to the pillar of shame. The Lin family patriarch couldn't help but look at Lin Yuanhang. If he missed this pill, just as Su Qingyan and her father had said, he would have to be a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life. Hanger, think about it. This pill. Seeing that the Lin family patriarch still had to work hard for him despite his age, and was even humiliated because of this marriage, Lin Yuanhang made up his mind. A determined light appeared in his eyes. So what if I'm a good-for-nothing for life? Our Lin family doesn't welcome you. Take your things and get lost. I'll repair my spirit root one day without your pills. This kind of magnanimity made everyone feel very satisfied, and they wanted to clap their hands and cheer. Patriarch Su's face turned ugly. We want to make peace, but you insist on making things this way. Since that's the case, there's nothing else to say. Goodbye. Since they had shed all pretenses of cordiality, there was no need to maintain the peace on the surface. The Su family gradually revealed their true faces. I'd like to see what a useless young master can do in the future. Wait. The man's voice suddenly attracted everyone's attention. It was Yi Xuan again. Who said that young Master Lin is useless? Patriarch Su looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. Everyone knows that his foundation is damaged, and he can't proceed with his cultivation. Without a supreme-grade marrow cleansing pill, he can only be a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life. After saying that, he revealed a proud expression. Although the supreme-grade marrow cleansing pill we have is incomplete, it can still repair half of his spirit root. It's a pity that you guys don't appreciate it. As soon as he finished speaking, Yichuan said, "Isn't it just a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill? I have plenty of this? You're giving me an incomplete pill as compensation, but you sounded as if it's very precious and you've been taken advantage of." At first, everyone thought that even if the supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill was incomplete, it was still a rare treasure. Now that they heard Yi Xuan's words, the way they looked at the Su family suddenly became strange. It was true as he had said. Apologizing was one thing, but the compensation was even an incomplete thing. When Su Qingyan and her father heard this, their faces turned from green to red, changing colors like a palette. "You little brat, how dare you to say that you have a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill? You're just bragging without even thinking about it." Yi Xuan smiled slightly. If the people from Tai King's sect who were familiar with him were present, they would know that he was about to show off his wealth every time they saw this smile. Looking at his confident appearance, Patriarch Su's eyes revealed a suspicious look. Could it be that this kid really has a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill? He immediately denied himself in the next second. That's impossible. Supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pills no longer exist. Even if they do exist, they're hidden in the ancient mystic realms. How could a low-level cultivator like him have them? The others were also discussing. This person doesn't look like he's lying. Could he really have the pill? Yi Xuan took something out of his pocket. In fact, he had just taken the pills out from the system space. Everyone's eyes were focused on his hand. "Everyone, please take a look. These are the supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill." Everyone subconsciously held their breath. They were about to witness the appearance of a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill. If this news were to spread, who knew how many forces would be shocked? However, when he saw the pill in Yi Xuan's hand, they immediately showed a disappointed expression. The black pill looked ordinary, without any special features or medicinal fragrance. It was like a pill made from coal ash under a boiler. The Su family almost burst out laughing. "Are you telling me that this is a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill? Brother Lin, where did you invite this person from? Is he here to make a joke?" The Su family patriarch said with a mocking expression. Even Alchemy King Gu Roman XI was speechless and embarrassed. After all, he was the one who brought Yi Xuan here. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Elder Yi, what are you doing? This isn't supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill." No one had ever seen what a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill looked like, but the one in Yi Xuan's hand was probably not. After all, it was too ordinary. Even the other guests joined in the jeering. "Although we've never seen it before, it doesn't mean that we don't know what it is. You're trying to fool us with a random meatball. Do you think we're fools? It makes sense. How could a low-level cultivator have a divine item like supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill?" Patriarch Su's eyes were full of contempt. "I'll let you see what a real supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill is." Unlike Yi Xuan's casual attitude, he carefully poured out a pill from the jade bottle instead. Even the bottle was made of top-quality spiritual jade, which could preserve the medicinal effect to the greatest extent. It was enough to show how precious the thing inside was. A refreshing medicinal fragrance filled the air, and everyone's expression suddenly changed. It was a white pill without any impurities. It was said that the higher the quality of the pill, the lighter the color. It was also without any impurities. It was like a high-quality white jade. It was more like a piece of art rather than a pill. The whole place was silent. Unfortunately, there was only half of the pill. Since it was incomplete, only a portion of the medicinal effect could be displayed. Everyone present sighed thinking about this. As long as one had eyes, one would be able to see that this pill was extraordinary. Ordinary pills are mainly red and black. It's indeed a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill. I've never seen one with such a clear color. It was an eye-opener for everyone to see that it could still reflect a strange luster under the sun. In comparison, the pill in Yi Xuan's hand was more like a ball rolled out of the mud, which was extremely ridiculous. Looking at the envious eyes of the people around him, the Su family patriarch was even more proud. "Look carefully. This is the real supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill. It's obtained from the ancient mystic realm, not something that the thing in your hand can fake." Although Yi Xuan didn't understand why the two were so different in appearance, even though they were both supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pills, he believed that anything produced by the system must be of the highest quality. The one he had was definitely better than the Su family patriarch. Yi Xuan's expression was calm despite facing everyone's doubts. His eyes fell on Lin Yuanheng, and he said meaningfully, I'm willing to give this supreme-grade marrow cleansing pill to young Master Lin. Lin Yuanhang had once helped him out of trouble and showed kindness to him. Therefore, Yi Xuan was willing to help him. The opportunity was already there, and it was up to Lin Yuanhang to seize it. Many people admired Yi Xuan's courage. Things had already come to this point, but he still insisted that the one he had was a genuine supreme-grade marrow cleansing pill. Who would eat something of unknown origin? Even if one has the pill, why would one take out such a precious pill casually? What everyone didn't know was that what they thought extremely precious was worthless to Yi Xuan. He wouldn't even feel bad if he lost hundreds of them, let alone one. If it wasn't for the mission, Yi Xuan wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Patriarch Su put on a high and mighty attitude. Brother Lin, I'm not a person who holds grudges. It's not too late if you regret it now. I'm willing to give you this pill as an apology for breaking off the engagement. He paused and glanced at Yi Xuan. It's better not to eat those things of unknown origin. If something bad happens, the Lin family will have no successor. When Lin Yuanhang and the others heard this, their faces turned ashen. If it were not for the people who stopped them, they would have already rushed forward. The Su family was too arrogant. They looked down on the Lin family completely and repeatedly humiliated them in public. The Lin family patriarch originally wanted to refuse, but he had to think for Lin Yuanhang. Therefore, he could only suppress his anger. You see, Lin Yuanhang did not want to embarrass the Lin family, and he did not want to connive the Su family either. If he accepted the pill, it meant that he had to submit to the Su family. So what if his foundation was restored? He was afraid that he would hang his head in shame, and the title of good for nothing would accompany him for the rest of his life. No man could stand it. Not only was the woman breaking off the engagement in public, but he was also humiliated. I'll say it again, I don't care about your medicinal pills. Take your things and get lost. After that, Lin Yuanhang took the pill from Yi Xuan's hand and swallowed it. None had expected him to do this. The Lin family patriarch's expression changed slightly, but it was too late to stop him. You're too impulsive. How could you eat something like that? You shouldn't play with your life even if you're angry. The others were also dumbfounded. They stuttered. No way, young Master Lin ate the black meatball. The black pill should be an ordinary pill without any poison. Lin Yuanhang opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he fainted on the ground the next second. Everyone's expression changed, and the scene became extremely chaotic. Yi Xuan had gone overboard this time. The sudden incident was beyond everyone's expectations. No one had expected Lin Yuanhang to eat Yi Xuan's pill without hesitation. Even Alchemy King Guzai's heart was in his throat. He was the one who brought Yi Xuan over. If something happened to Lin Yuanhang, the Lin family patriarch would probably take revenge on Yi Xuan. He couldn't protect Yi Xuan even with his status by then. For a moment, his head hurt to the extreme, and he began to regret bringing Yi Xuan here. Elder Yi, what did you give to young Master Lin? It's a supreme-grade marrow cleansing pill. We've already come to this point. Can you stop joking? Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 was so angry that he couldn't speak. He didn't expect Yi Xuan to be such unreliable. After checking Lin Yuanhang's physical condition, his expression became even more unsightly. Young Master Lin suddenly fainted for some reason. I think. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 stammered as he spoke the rest of his words. His expression revealed his guilt. The Lin family patriarch immediately understood the meaning behind his words, and his expression turned even colder. I think it's because of that pill. The Lin family patriarch was so angry that he couldn't speak. Hurry up and bring the young master back to his room for treatment. Even if Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 didn't want to admit it, he couldn't refute it. He lowered his head in guilt. Lin Yuanhang's foundation wasn't good. If he got worse because of this pill, the Lin family patriarch would probably vent his anger on him. He didn't want the incomplete supreme-grade marrow cleansing pill, but ate a pill of unknown origin instead. You see, he's unconscious on the ground now for some unknown reason. Patriarch Su consoled him. Brother Lin, don't worry too much. God will help a good person. Based on his current condition, he can't be that bad either. Although he was comforting the Lin patriarch, the gloating in his expression couldn't be concealed, and the words he said were even more sarcastic and harsh to the extreme. The Lin family patriarch's anger rose. Men, take him down. Although he had a good impression of Yi Xuan, he couldn't be blamed for the current situation. After all, Lin Yuanhang fainted because of the pill in Yi Chuan's hand. If this was poison, or if it was mixed with something harmful to the body, wouldn't it cause an even greater blow to Lin Yuanhang? There must be a misunderstanding. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 came forward. The Su family was still adding fuel to the fire by the side. They fanned the flames while watching the sense of bustle, even trying to make things worse. Why are you so angry? Isn't this young Master Lin's own choice? I think the young man is too impulsive. If he had accepted our pills, there wouldn't be any hassle. Su Qingyan also thought that Lin Yuanhang had brought this upon himself. The Lin family patriarch's understanding of their shamelessness and self-righteousness had once again been refreshed. Your Su family is also one of the main culprits. If it wasn't for your continuous humiliation and pressure, my son wouldn't have taken this choice. Brother Lin, I don't like what you said. Your son ate something bad himself, and we didn't force him to do so. How can you blame us? We reminded him as well. At this moment, a servant from the Lin family ran over hurriedly. Patriarch, please go and see the young master. Seeing the look of panic on his face as if something big had happened, the Lin family patriarch immediately panicked. What happened? The servant stammered. Patriarch, you'll know when you see him. Patriarch Lin looked at the Su family and Yi Xuan coldly. He ordered the people around him. Keep an eye on them. They are not allowed to leave without my orders. Su Qingyan was still a little unhappy. We're not criminals. Besides, we didn't cause Lin Yuanhang to be like this. Why can't we leave? Seeing that Su Qingyan still wanted to continue, Patriarch Su stopped her. It's fine. I'd like to see what the Lin family can do to me if something happens to Lin Yuanhang. Most importantly, the two families had already fallen out, so there was no need to maintain a superficial peace. He was also happy to see the Lin family suffer. Su Qingyan was very disdainful. It's Lin Yuanhang's fault for not knowing what's good for him. He deserves this kind of ending, but they still want to blame us. When the Lin family members heard this, they immediately glared at her. Don't go too far, Su family. It's all your fault that the young master becomes like this. It's fine if you don't regret it, but you're still making sarcastic remarks here. If it wasn't for the Lin family patriarch's instructions to not get into a conflict with the Su family, they would probably have taught this group of people a deep lesson. Su Qingyan snorted coldly. How could it be our fault? The real culprit is right next to us. After that, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xuan. He didn't look flustered at all. Instead, he was extremely calm, as if everything had nothing to do with him. He said disapprovingly, "What are you looking at me for? I said it's a supreme grade marrow cleansing pill. There's nothing serious. He'll wake up in a while." His attitude and appearance made the other guests exclaim in admiration. Putting everything else aside, this person is impressive in lying. The matter has come to this point, yet he's still talking about supreme grade marrow cleansing pills. This is the first time I've seen someone who can boast to this extent without a change in expression. Could it be that the thing just now was poison? Otherwise, why did young Master Lin faint straight away after he had eaten? He doesn't have the guts. Besides, there's no enmity between the two of them, so why would he do such a thing? Just as everyone was discussing, the Lin family patriarch walked over slowly with a serious expression to Yi Xuan. His steps seemed to be heavy, and every step he took made people's hearts tremble. Seeing this expression, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 immediately felt that something was wrong. Could something have happened to Lin Yuanhang? It's over, that was the last thought in his mind. However, the next second, the Lin family patriarch bowed to Yi Xuan in front of everyone. They were shocked. What was this about? Benefactor, please accept my bow. Yi Xuan was still calm as if everything was under his control. In the eyes of the Lin family patriarch, Yi Xuan had become unfathomable. Inexplicable respect rose in his heart. Good lenses, bad frames. I was wrong earlier. Please forgive me for being impolite. Seeing that Yi Xuan was still standing, the Lin family patriarch immediately glared at the servants. Is this how you treat our distinguished guest? The servant was bitten his head off. Patriarch, wasn't it you who asked us to watch him over? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Lin family patriarch. What happened earlier was a misunderstanding. From now on, he is my benefactor and the honored guest of the Lin family. After saying that, the Lin family patriarch made an inviting gesture and let Yi Xuan sit in the main seat. He stood at the side and personally poured tea. This kind of treatment was unprecedented. One had to know that the Lin family had 100 years of inheritance and was quite powerful. Even though they were not as glorious as they were back then, they were still better than many other families. No matter what, they still had a deep foundation. How could the Lin family patriarch be so respectful to someone of low cultivation? It was simply unbelievable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it at all. Everyone looked at each other, and the change in the Lin family patriarch's attitude almost took everyone aback. Has the Lin family patriarch gone crazy, or has he been too agitated? He called him a benefactor, someone said half-jokingly. Could it be that what he had was a real supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill and restored Lin Yuanhang's foundation? However, he didn't know that what he just said was a prophecy. Even Su Qingyun and her father were confused. "Father, what is the Lin family up to?" Patriarch Su said indifferently. "I don't care what they are up to. It can't be that Lin Yuanhang has been cured. Maybe the situation has become even worse now. It's just that he deliberately pretends to be like this so that we won't see him as a joke." Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 couldn't describe his current mood. He originally thought that Yixuan was going to be in big trouble. Who would have thought that he would suddenly become a distinguished guest of the Lin family? The treatment was even better than his. It seemed that he was always unexpected and could always bring surprises. "What happened, Elder Yi?" Yixuan smiled slightly, appearing extremely mysterious. "Young Master Lin's foundation has been repaired, of course." Yixuan had also said this before, but Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 didn't take it to heart. But now, it didn't seem like he was lying. Moreover, with the Lin family patriarch's attitude, it seemed like this was the only reason that could convince him. Alchemy King Gu's eyes' heart rate suddenly increased, and even his breathing quickened. "What happened, Patriarch Lin?" Faced with everyone's questions and doubtful gazes, the Lin family patriarch laughed heartily but did not say anything. Everyone was eager to know what had happened. "Patriarch Lin, please don't keep us in suspense. Let me tell everyone." A familiar male voice was heard. It was Lin Yuanhang. At this moment, he was in high spirits, and his whole body was filled with an indescribable feeling. It was as if he had changed into a different person, but it was hard to tell what exactly had changed in him. "It's strange. It's only been a while, but I feel like young Master Lin is different." "Hey, you have the same feeling too? I thought I was the only one." Patriarch Su looked at Lin Yuanhang doubtfully. Then his pupils shrank. He was indeed a powerful cultivator, and he soon found that something was wrong. "Your foundation has been repaired." His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Even Su Qingyun, who was beside him, had a look of disbelief. How is this possible? It might be difficult for ordinary people to see if one's foundation was intact, but it was not difficult in their eyes. In the past, Lin Yuanhang was like a leaking bucket. No matter how many heavenly treasures the Lin family found for him, it was to no avail. No matter how much spiritual energy there was, his body could not retain it at all. Now that the damaged area had been repaired, the previous troubles were naturally no longer there, and the spiritual energy had also been accumulated. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They all knew how difficult it was to restore one's foundation. One had to have a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill. Could it be that? Someone blurted out. Was the black pill just now a real supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill? Lin Yuanhang knelt in front of Yixuan. "Benefactor, please accept my bow." The Lin father and son's attitude explained everything. No matter how much they didn't believe it, this was the only possibility. The pill that Yixuan had given was a genuine supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill. It was no wonder the Lin family's father and son would pay such great respect. To them, Yixuan had given them a new life. The Lin family had been working around for Lin Yuanhang, hoping to repair his foundation. They did not hesitate to spend a lot of manpower and resources on this. Unfortunately, there had been no improvement. However, he did not expect the situation to take a turn for the better without any effort. Compared to the Lin family's joy, the Su family's people did not look too good. In my opinion, the Su family is really stingy. They made it sound like an apology, but in the end, it's still an incomplete pill. Others can casually give a complete pill. It's really embarrassing in comparison. So what if they curried favor with the Yachi Holy Land? If Yixuan wasn't there, then the Su family's apology gift was quite good. Unfortunately, they met Yixuan. The supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill was a slap in their faces. Patriarch Su glared at Yixuan. The anger and hatred in his heart soared. He was waiting to see the Lin family make a fool of themselves, but he became the biggest joke in the end. Hearing the whispers of the people around them, the Su family blushed even more. They wanted to refute it, but they couldn't say anything. "Let's go," seeing that the Su family was about to leave. Lin Yuanhang suddenly said, "Wait." Patriarch Su turned around with a gloomy face. "What else?" He took a step forward and said calmly, "You broke off the engagement in public and humiliated me again and again. Are you going to let this matter go just like that? I'm afraid it's not enough even if you have the Yachi Holy Land to support you." Yixuan's eyes lit up. "It's here." The most anticipated slapping in face segment. Patriarch Su was so angry that his facial features were somewhat distorted. "What do you want? Didn't you all say that I'm trash? I'll challenge Su Qingyan in a year's time. If you lose, you'll have to personally come and apologize. Remember, it's my Lin family who broke the engagement. You don't deserve it." Lin Yuanhang's words were loud and clear, like a heavy hammer smashing into everyone's heart, although his foundation had just been restored and his current cultivation was not high. This kind of charm and spirit did not lose to any of the experts. Even the powerful Su Qingyan seemed to be inferior to him. No one would think that Lin Yuanhang was overestimating his own ability. Such a scene would probably be imprinted in the hearts of all the guests. "Well said." Yixuan was the first to applaud in public, pretending not to see Patriarch Su's murderous gaze. Although the others also wanted to cheer, they could only support it in their hearts due to the pressure of the Su family. Patriarch Su's gloomy eyes swept over Yixuan and then fell on Lin Yuanhang. He almost gritted his teeth to squeeze out a sentence. "All right, I promise you." He flicked his sleeves and left, leaving only his angry back view. However, Su Qingyan did not leave immediately. She suddenly said, "I'll wait." She paused for a moment, then said word by word, "I'll remember you." This sentence seemed to be for Lin Yuanhang, but her eyes were fixed on Yixuan. The engagement banquet ended just like that. Everyone was still in doubt. How could Yixuan have a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill? After this incident, the news of him having this pill would probably spread very quickly. Fortunately, the Lin family patriarch came forward and said, "Young brother, Yi only has one pill. He has already given it to Hanger. Please don't ask anymore." Even if the crowd did not believe it, they could not say much. They could only leave with the Lin family patriarch holding the fort. As for whether they believed it or not, only they themselves knew. After everyone left, Yixuan and Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 stayed behind. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 gave Lin Yuanhang a full examination again. His expression was a little serious. "Although young master's foundation has been repaired, just one supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill is not enough due to the serious damage. I'm afraid it will relapse in the future." The Lin family patriarch was taken aback. "Do you mean Hanger will be in the same situation in the future?" Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 nodded. "Furthermore, his foundation is weaker than ordinary people. He can't be too badly injured. Otherwise," before he could finish his sentence, the others immediately understood what the Alchemy King meant. It was like a wet blanket to them. Their hearts had just been warmed up, but now fell to the ground again. "In that case, aren't we overjoyed for nothing?" Lin Yuanhang was stunned at first. Then he showed a relieved smile. His mentality was very good even though he had turned from a genius to a good-for-nothing. He even comforted the Lin family patriarch. "Father, I'm already very lucky to be able to repair my foundation. Alchemy King only said that it's possible to happen. I'll be more careful in the future." The Lin family patriarch couldn't help but sigh. "This isn't a matter of being cautious at all. You have just set the one-year promise. What are you going to do when you challenge Su Qingyan? When there's a will, there's a way. Besides, there's still a year left. Maybe I can find other ways to make up for this deficiency." Lin Yuanhang was still very optimistic. It was easy for him to say, but it was extremely difficult in fact. Otherwise, he would not have waited until now. The Lin family was dejected. They originally thought that everything would be fine once Lin Yuanhang's foundation was repaired. Who knew that there would be such a thing? However, Yixuan was a little puzzled. "What's wrong with you guys? If one pill isn't enough, then just get a few more." Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 sighed. "Where can we get another supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yixuan waved his hand, and countless black meatballs appeared on the table. "You can just ask me." "Is this enough?" Even the Lin family patriarch, who had always been calm and composed, had his mouth wide open and could not help but gasp. The expressions on the others' faces could even be described as dumbfounded. Lin Yuanhang stuttered and asked, "What is this? Is it what I imagined?" Yixuan casually picked one up and stuffed it into his mouth. "It's a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill. Didn't you eat it before?" Lin Yuanhang swallowed it subconsciously. It really tasted the same. He shook his head violently. "I didn't mean that. Where did you get so much of them?" Yixuan had just taken the pills out casually. People who didn't know better would think that this kind of supreme-grade pill was as common as cabbage. "You mean this? I have a lot of them, so you can eat as much as you want. Consider I've lost if you finish them." Yixuan didn't think much of it. Looking at his calm expression, everyone in the Lin family was shocked. One must know that those were supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pills, but not ordinary things. Probably because of the spiritual plant incident, Alchemy King Gu Roman XI seemed to be the calmest one. But in fact, his heart was also in a state of shock. In the face of so many supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pills, the Lin family almost knelt in front of Yixuan. Lin Yuanhang subconsciously rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating. Those who didn't know better would think that Yixuan was here to wholesale. Supreme-grade pills were so common to him. This kind of thing could only happen to Yixuan. The Lin family patriarch was so excited that he couldn't speak. With so many supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pills, not only Hanger's foundation now, but the foundation in his next life will also be strong. Although there was some extent of exaggeration in his words, it was the truth. Lin Yuanhang was originally a genius, but he had fallen to this point because his foundation was damaged. Although it was a bit too late to recultivate now, he could catch up if he worked hard with his talent and the Lin family's strength. He might even have a chance of defeating Su Qingyan in the one-year promise. It could be said that Yixuan was the Lin family's great benefactor. The Lin family patriarch once again solemnly bowed to Yixuan. "Brother Yi, please accept my bow again. I know that the supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill is priceless, and one can't buy it even with money. I am willing to exchange it with items from the Lin family's treasury." The Lin family patriarch couldn't let Yixuan spend so much for nothing, even though they didn't know that it was insignificant to him at all. Yixuan naturally wouldn't refuse such a good gift. After dismissing all the miscellaneous people, the Lin family patriarch brought Yixuan to the family's forbidden area. There seemed to be no one around, but Yixuan could feel the extraordinary aura. They were probably all hidden in the dark. Not only was this place heavily guarded, but there was also an intricate formation set up around it. Even a fly couldn't enter the place. The Lin family patriarch formed a seal with his hands and mumbled something. A light blue light curtain instantly enveloped the two of them. The sky and earth spun, and the surrounding scene changed when Yixuan opened his eyes again. All he could see were treasures that were shining with spiritual light. Some of them were cultivation techniques that emitted powerful auras, and some of them were Dharma treasures that were shining with divine light. In addition, there were some well-preserved spiritual plants and pills. The Lin family had been inherited for 100 years. They had accumulated many good things over the years. Only those who had contributed greatly to the Lin family would be rewarded by the clan leader. As an outsider, it was Yixuan's first time entering this treasury. Logically speaking, Brother Yi doesn't have the qualifications. The Lin family patriarch spoke the truth with an emotional expression. However, I only have one son. The second branch is eyeing me like a tiger watching its prey. If it wasn't for my strength, they would have long been disloyal. Even so, they are still restless and had been thinking of ways to take my position over. It turned out that the young man Yixuan had met back then was from the second branch. No wonder he had no respect for Lin Yuanhang. If this continues, I'm afraid that I'll lose my power, and the position of the Lin family patriarch will not fall to someone whose foundation is damaged. But now, Hanger has recovered, so there's no need to worry about the future, and this can calm the others. No wonder the Lin family patriarch would let Yixuan come to the Lin family's treasury unprecedentedly. The pills not only restored Lin Yuanhang's foundation, but also helped the father and son to stabilize their status. Brother Yi, feel free to choose. I won't be stingy if there's anything you like. Looking at the ocean of treasures in front of him, Yixuan didn't hesitate and started to check them. The Lin family's cultivation techniques had powerful destructive power, but they weren't suitable for him. Yixuan's eyes fell on the pile of treasures. They were all brilliant and extraordinary. Although they were not bad, there was nothing that caught his eye at first glance. There was no need to mention those spiritual plants and pills. Yichuan's taste had long been spoiled by the system, and these things simply couldn't compare to those from the system. Seeing Yichuan walk around without taking anything, the Lin family patriarch couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He looked at him with eyes full of respect and sizing him up. Where did this divinity come from? There were so many things in the treasury, but he didn't even take a fancy to a single one of them. The Lin family patriarch felt uneasy. At this moment, Yichuan stopped as if he was attracted by something. The Lin family patriarch followed his gaze and saw that it was a cultivation technique. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. It would be embarrassing if Yichuan really didn't like any of them. What is this? The Lin family patriarch thought that he was referring to the cultivation technique, and he hurriedly said, "This is the thunderclap fire technique. It's very lethal and very effective against evil things." Yichuan shook his head. "No, I'm talking about this." He shook the book slightly, and a piece of paper fell out from between the pages. He didn't know what material it was made of. It felt heavy to the touch, but it was light as a feather in his hand. The words on it were choppy and difficult to understand, and even the patterns were messy as if they were scribbles. Yichuan couldn't understand what they meant even after looking at them for a long time. "It's strange. Where did this come from? I've never seen it before." The Lin family patriarch revealed a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, there should be a record of everything in the treasury, but he could not find any record on this piece of paper. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. After searching for a while, he could only give up. It should have fallen in by accident. I think it was stuck in the book by accident. Yichuan looked at the paper in his hand. It looked ordinary, but for some reason, he couldn't put it down. It was as if there was a voice telling him that the contents of the paper were extremely important. "It's just an ordinary piece of paper. There's nothing strange about it. Brother Yi, do you want to continue taking a look? I found a few kung fu books that you might need here." The Lin family patriarch's voice pulled Yichuan back from his thoughts. He said without changing his expression, "It doesn't matter. I've made up my mind." He thought that Yichuan had chosen the book, but who would have thought that he would actually put it down? "I choose this piece of paper." The Lin family patriarch was dumbfounded, thinking that Yichuan was joking. "Brother Yi, are you joking? It's just an ordinary piece of paper. I've checked it just now and there's nothing special about it." There wasn't even any fluctuation of spiritual power. It was clear that the words and pictures on it were probably made up and written randomly. There was no reason for them to exist. "You'd better take a look at other things." Yichuan was serious. "Thank you for your kindness, Patriarch Lin, but I've already made up my mind. Since I'm fond of it, perhaps it's fate." Since he had already said so much, the Lin family patriarch could not say anything more. There were so many things in the treasury that anyone would be tempted by. Furthermore, a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill could not be measured in spirit stones. The Lin family patriarch had prepared to pay a huge price. Other than the Lin family's inherited treasure, he would agree to Yichuan anything he wanted. Who would have thought that he would choose such an unremarkable thing? To put it bluntly, that was something that nobody wanted. The Lin family patriarch felt a little apologetic and said, "How can I agree to that? Brother Yi, you should take a look at other things. I don't need anything else." If others were to hear this, they would definitely be envious. This was a rare opportunity. After all, it was the treasury of a large family. There were countless good things inside. Yet, Yichuan had chosen a piece of broken paper. Anyone would think that there was something wrong with him. He turned a blind eye to so many priceless treasures. His expression was calm and without any greed. The Lin family patriarch's admiration for Yichuan increased even more. Either this person had noble character, unquestionable integrity, and really didn't care about these worldly possessions, or he was very knowledgeable and had already seen something better. That was why he could be so calm. But no matter which one it was enough to prove that Yichuan was not simple. In the end, the Lin family patriarch tried to squeeze a few cultivation techniques and magic treasures into his hands. He had originally wanted to keep Yichuan for dinner, but surprisingly he wanted to leave. "Brother Yi, why don't you stay with me for a few more days?" Yichuan politely declined. "Patriarch Lin, my sex returning ceremony is just around the corner. There are too many things to do. Even today, I have to take some time out of my busy schedule. I really can't delay anymore." The Lin family patriarch felt strange. With Yichuan's bearing, he should come from one of the 7 major sects. But now, he was in a small, newly established sect. It was inevitable that people would suspect his true identity. Was he a hermit expert? Or perhaps was he from one of those super large sects? But he had hidden his name, not wanting others to recognize him? With such a halo, the more the Lin family patriarch looked at Yi Chuan, the more he felt that he was full of mystery. This person was definitely not as simple as he looked. During the break, the Lin family had already sent people to inquire about Yi Chuan, and they had a relevant understanding of his deeds. Yi Chuan still didn't know that they had made up many identities for him. If that's the case, then I won't hold you further. I hope, brother, you can take care of yourself. When the Lin family saw him off, Lin Yuanheng packed up his luggage and walked out. When everyone saw him dressed like that, they all looked a little confused. Young master, what are you doing? Lin Yuanheng seemed to have made up his mind. He said to the Lin family patriarch, Father, I have decided that I will follow Elder Yi to join Tai King's sect. The Lin family was dumbfounded. Even Patriarch Lin was stunned for a moment before he reacted. What did you say? I want to join Tai King's sect. According to the Lin family's strength, in addition to Lin Yuanheng's recovered foundation, he could probably join a big sect and become the disciple of a powerful elder, not to mention a small Tai King sect. The Lin family patriarch had already arranged everything. He had found the best sect and asked for his good friends' help to find Lin Yuanheng a good teacher. However, he had never expected that Lin Yuanheng would publicly express his desire to join Tai King's sect. Hanger, have you thought thoroughly? Tai King's sect. The Lin family patriarch subconsciously glanced at Yi Chuan beside him and swallowed his words. He said tactfully, Tai King's sect has just been established not long ago, and your foundation has just been restored. I'm afraid it's not a good decision. To put it bluntly, the people in Tai King's sect were mixed good and bad, and the qualifications of the disciples were also mixed. What good things could he learn there? However, it was inappropriate to say this in front of Yi Chuan. Lin Yuanheng understood what he meant. Father, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I've already made up my mind. He looked at Yi Chuan. What does Elder Yi think? Yi Chuan shrugged. I'll follow whatever you want. As long as you can afford the spirit stones, you can join Tai King's sect. Upon hearing this unreliable statement, the Lin family members' expressions changed. This was the first time they had heard that a sect did not look at one's talent or cultivation, but only the amount of spirit stones one had paid. Tai King's sect was a weirdo. There was absolutely no other sect like it in the world. The Lin family patriarch was a little worried. It wasn't easy for Lin Yuanheng to recover from his suffering and restore his foundation. But now, he wanted to join such a sect. Wasn't it a waste of time? He had already wasted a lot of time and fallen behind his peers by too much. He would have to try very hard to make up for it in the future. Otherwise, he would not achieve much in this life. However, the Lin family patriarch couldn't say anything harsh due to Yi Chuan's presence. After a moment of deliberation, he said, Hanger, this is not a small matter. Would you reconsider for the sake of your future? Lin Yuanheng's eyes were firm. Father, I have considered it very clearly. If it wasn't for Elder Yi, my foundation couldn't have been restored so quickly. Since he chose to stay in Tai King's sect, the sect must have some extraordinary aspects. In fact, Yi Chuan joined the sect just to complete the system's mission. Patriarch Lin looked at Yi Chuan, who was next to him, and then at Lin Yuanheng. He knew his son's character. Once he had decided on something, he would not change his mind easily. So, he sighed heavily, as you wish. Before they left, the Lin family patriarch repeatedly exhorted and asked Yi Chuan to take care of Lin Yuanheng in the sect. After bidding farewell to the Lin family patriarch, Yi Chuan and the others set out together. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 stared unblinkingly at Yi Chuan as if he was looking at a rare animal. Those who didn't know would think that there was gold on his face. Yi Chuan felt uncomfortable and finally couldn't help but say, Why are you keep staring at me? Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 rubbed his hands together and revealed a brilliant smile that almost gave people goosebumps. Well, young brother Yi, everyone couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 and Yi Chuan's age difference was huge. In addition to their seniority, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 had addressed Yi Chuan as Elder Yi as a form of respect. But now, they actually started to call each other brothers, which really made people laugh. Yi Chuan's face was also embarrassed. Alchemy King, just tell me if you have something to say. Well, where did you get those supreme grade marrow cleansing pills from? Who refined them? Was there a pill formula? He had kept these questions in his heart for a long time, but he had never had the chance to ask. Now that he asked all in one breath, he felt as if he had solved some major life event. He looked at Yixuan with anticipation. Oh, this, Yixuan dragged his tone, tantalizing Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. This is a secret, but I can tell you that I don't have the pill formula. Alchemy King Gu's face was full of dejection. Sigh, I knew that the pill formula wouldn't be passed down to the world. Yixuan asked curiously, can you develop a pill formula if there's only a pill? Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 shook his head. That's hard to tell. It's said that supreme-grade marrow cleansing pills are extremely difficult to be made. Many of the ingredients might have been lost. If you want to study the formula, one pill won't do. You'll need at least a few dozen. Yixuan had given a lot of the pills to the Lin family. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 thought that was the limit and that he couldn't have any more. It wouldn't be good if they went back to the Lin family to ask for some. I see, Yixuan was indifferent. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I don't have the pill formula, but I have a lot of pills here. You can take and study them. He took out all the remaining pills in his inner space. Are these enough? Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 was completely dumbfounded. He thought he was dreaming. How can you have so many? Apart from those that had given to the Lin family, he couldn't even count how many Yixuan had taken out now. But there was one thing for sure, the amount was extremely terrifying and unimaginable. There were so many pills that he wouldn't feel any heartache spending them casually, let alone doing research. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 couldn't help but ask, are you really giving these to me? Yixuan nodded and reminded him, don't stand on ceremony with me. Just focus on your research. Of course, he did not forget Lin Yuanhang beside him. There are still some for you. Eat as much as you want. Finish them all. Lin Yuanhang couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Wouldn't it be wasteful to eat so many? Actually, a few dozen is enough. There's no need. Under Yixuan's gaze, his voice became softer and softer. Yixuan was solemn. No, you have to finish them as soon as possible. This matter is very important to me. What a joke. If these two people didn't speed up and use all these pills up, he wouldn't be able to complete his task. However, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 and Lin Yuanhang didn't understand the reason behind it. It was as if they would become sinners if they didn't finish them. They actually felt a little guilty when they faced Yixuan. Lin Yuanhang looked at the Alchemy King for help. Is there anything wrong if I eat so many pills? If it was in the past, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 would definitely stop such wasteful behavior. One must know that those were supreme-grade pills. How could he waste them like this? But now, he agreed with Yixuan. After all, he had fed precious spiritual plants to ordinary horses. So what else he couldn't do? In comparison, it actually became somewhat reasonable for Lin Yuanhang to finish eating these. At least it was not for any animals or beasts, so it wasn't considered a waste. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 was completely on Yixuan's side. Don't worry, young Master Lin. Supreme-grade marrow cleansing pills have mild effects. You'll be fine no matter how much you eat. At most, you'll experience indigestion. With the Alchemy King's words, Lin Yuanhang couldn't say anything more. He ate a large number of supreme-grade marrow cleansing pills in tears. If such a scene was seen by outsiders, they would definitely be heartbroken. These people really too wasteful. When Yixuan returned to the sect, the people of Tai King sect were a little curious because the two people who had gone out brought another person back. Elder Yi, who is this? He's Lin Yuanhang, and he'll be joining our Tai King sect. Yixuan's casual remark, coupled with Lin Yuanhang's low cultivation, made the others not think much of it. By the way, distribute these pills to the other disciples. Looking at their distant figures, the disciple scratched his head. The name sounds so familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before. He thought for a long time and suddenly shouted, Isn't the young master of the Lin family called Lin Yuanhang? The disciple looked at the pills in the bag. They were very ordinary without spiritual energy. They were not even as good as the lowest level essence replenishment pills. He still distributed them to everyone since it was Yixuan's order, including the elders. Shen Hai, Zai Yixuan, the second elder, the third elder, the fourth elder, and the others also received it. The second elder looked at the black pill in his eyes and revealed a contemptuous smile. Yixuan really dares to give us all kinds of trash. Does he think we're like those ordinary disciples who can be bought over with a little favor? He casually threw the pill on the ground. The third and the fourth elder said, We've thrown it away long ago. Not even dogs eat that kind of thing. Who knows what it's made of? This group of people still didn't know that they would soon be slapped in the face soon. By the way, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 and Yixuan are very close now. He's so proud now that he even went to the Lin family's engagement banquet. Other than a few families that the Lin family was on good terms with, only powerful forces and sects received the invitation. Yixuan also attended with Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. Besides, the Alchemy King wanted to rope him in. He could also use this opportunity to get to know other people with high cultivation. No wonder these people would gather here to make sarcastic remarks. They also wanted to expand their network and meet more powerful people. There's nothing we can do about it since Yixuan has so many spiritual plants. I'm afraid I'd also be tempted if I were an alchemist. The second elder laughed coldly. So what if he has many spiritual plants? So what if he has a good relationship with Alchemy King Gu Roman 11? In any case, these alchemists won't stay here for long. Although this was what he said, everyone knew how great the benefits of befriending a powerful alchemist were. They could only say some sour words, but they couldn't do anything substantial. After all, Yixuan was in full swing right now. Not only did he have Hanyu's support, but all the disciples in the sect were respectful to him, from the elders to the servants. Gifts blinded the eyes. Who else in Tai King's sect had not received Yixuan's favor? It was even more difficult to deal with him now. Zai Yixuan's face was extremely ugly. Forget it, let him be proud for now. I don't believe that he can still be in the limelight during the sect returning ceremony. I heard that he even brought an outsider who was weak back here. He really thought that he founded Tai King's sect and can simply bring anyone back. Just as Shanhai and Zai Yixuan were discussing, a confidant rushed in. Yixuan brought Lin Yuanhang over. Everyone looked at each other, still a little confused. Lin Yuanhang? Which Lin Yuanhang? The young master of the Lin family, of course. Impossible. Even though the Lin family's young master is a good-for-nothing, the patriarch is his father. How could he allow his son to come to Tai King's sect? With the departure of the guests, the events that happened at the engagement banquet spread, and many people received the news. The Su family broke off the engagement in public. A supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill had appeared. Young Master Lin's foundation had been restored. The one-year promise between the Lin family and the Su family. Any one of them would be shocking, not to mention so many of them happening together. In an instant, it set off a stormy wave among all the sects and forces. Of course, most of their attention was on the news of the supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill. In the beginning, no one knew Yixuan's true identity. However, the truth would come to light sooner or later. Although the Lin family patriarch wanted to hide it, some rumors were still spread. Shanhai's face was ashen. You're saying that the mysterious man who followed Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 took out an ordinary black pill, but it turned out to be a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill that cured young Master Lin? The more the others heard, the more shocked they were. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 only brought one person, and wasn't that Yixuan. The two just happened to meet. Moreover, the man Yixuan had brought back was also called Lin Yuanhang. There could not be such a coincidence in the world. When they thought of the pill that they had disdainfully thrown away, everyone's expression changed drastically. Could it be that the pill was? The third elder's expression was stiff as he said, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. You guys continue. The fourth elder also quickly said, Me too? I'll take my leave first. They left in a flash. Even the second elder began to look for the pills that he had just thrown away. He caught a glimpse of Shanhai and Zai Yixuan's ugly expressions from the corner of his eye. He smiled awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. I just want to see if it's a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill. But the next second, when he saw the pill on the ground, he swallowed it without caring about the dust on it. This scene was coincidentally seen by the third elder and the others who had just returned, and the scene immediately turned extremely embarrassing. Would you believe me if I said that it was an illusion? It was no wonder that the second elder would be so dismissive of his image. That was a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill. Even Lin Yuanhang's foundation could be restored, let alone them. For a time, the disciples of Tai King's sect who knew the situation were all busy. They had thought it was an ordinary pill. After all, Yixuan didn't explain to them. Therefore, they had either thrown it away or given it to people. Only very few people ate it. Now that he knew the truth, he was filled with regret. Where is my pill? Where did it go? How could they have known that the black ordinary-looking pill was actually a supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill? Also, there were some who started fighting because their pills went missing, and they suspected that someone had stolen them. Luckily, after Yixuan found out the truth, he had people send many pills over, and this calmed the disciples. Hanyu came back after finishing her business, and she learned of Yixuan's story. Looking at the chaos in Tai King's sect, she suddenly had a headache. He gave supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pills to all the people in the sect. If the news spread, many sects and forces would ask them for the pills. Who didn't want to use these pills to get an extremely talented spirit root? You've given me a big surprise. Yixuan chuckled. Don't worry, sect master. I didn't waste anything, and I didn't forget that everyone in the sect either. Everyone gets one pill. I definitely won't favor one over the other. Hanyu was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Was this her main point? Those were supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pills. Even in the upper realm, it was a rare existence. Who was this Yixuan? He used them just like that. It was fine if he gave it to the Lin family. After all, the Lin family had high status. But giving them to this group of people from the sect, she wasn't undervaluing herself. She was clear about the strength of these disciples. According to their talent and aptitude, it was indeed a waste to use such good medicinal pills. But Yixuan didn't think so. It's up to you. It's yours anyway. Hanyu didn't bother to say anything. She could only say that she was already numb to it. Since the time Yixuan entered Tai King's sect and his various extravagant actions, this person was simply a walking gold mine. Seeing that another person was standing beside Yixuan, Hanyu knew Lin Yuanhang's identity without his introduction. To get her to take care of him, the Lin family head had already sent many gifts to her. When the boxes of gifts were brought over, everyone was dumbfounded. Many disciples of Tai King's sect were whispering to each other, "Is this the Lin family's young master?" It's true. Didn't you see that there were so many treasures? They were all sent by the Lin family. Elder Yi is too awesome. He can even make young Master Lin follow him by just attending an engagement banquet. A lot of things happened at the banquet. The Su family broke off the engagement in public. It was even more exciting than the storybooks. It was a pity that I wasn't there to witness the incidents. Who are the people at the Lin family's engagement banquet? They're all important figures. We're not qualified given our status. Lin Yuanhang was known to be a good-for-nothing. Otherwise, Su Qingyun would not have broken off the engagement. However, it was different now. His spirit root had been repaired. With his previous talent, it was possible for him to catch up if he worked hard. The Lin family master knew that the position of an elder in the Tai King sect could be bought with money, so he had put in a lot of effort. Of course, he also had the intention of repaying Yexunanan. If those rare treasures were exchanged for spirit stones, the number would be frightening. Hanyu couldn't help but sigh. Logically speaking, now that my Tai King sect has been established, all the elder positions are full. There is no more empty seat. It was funny to tell that there were dozens of elders in total, although Tai King's sect was not a big sect. This number could be said to be very terrifying. Even those big sects didn't have so many elders. After all, it wasn't easy to become an elder. One needed to have strong cultivation and have made contributions to the sect. Not just anyone could become an elder. However, Tai King's sect didn't care about anything. If there was something in common between these elders, it was that they all spent spirit stones and bought the position with money. But since you've come with such sincerity, I naturally can't refuse you. You can become a guest elder of my Tai King sect. Considering Lin Yuanhang's special identity, she couldn't let him be an ordinary disciple. In addition, the Lin family patriarch had sent so many generous gifts. After much consideration, Hanyu arranged such a position for him. At this time, she still didn't know that there would be more than a dozen more guest elders in the future. All of them would join Tai King's sect because of Yixuan. But this was a story in the future. Lin Yuanhang did not put on any airs, and he bowed slightly to Hanyu. Thank you, sect master. No one else had any objections. Who wouldn't be happy to have a rich elder in the sect? The generous gifts given by the Lin family patriarch were right here, and anyone who saw them would be engrossed. Lin Yuanhang's matter had been resolved, but there was still a headache matter to Hanyu. The Lin family patriarch has sent a message, saying that many people are asking about the supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill. Although most of them were stopped by him, there are some things that can't be hidden anyway. Hanyu seemed to have already guessed it. If the outside world knew that Yichuan was here, and that he had so many supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pills, the door of the Tai King sect would probably be broken by these people. Yichuan didn't care. The sect returning ceremony is coming soon. We might as well take this opportunity to set off. Even if those people want to find us, they won't be able to catch us up. Hanyu nodded. That's a good idea. The thing she hated the most was interpersonal relationships, especially when she had to deal with those forces. It was not good to fall out with them, but there was unnecessary if she pretended to be polite to them. It was purely a waste of time. She might as well use the free time to cultivate. Hanyu quickly made a decision. Then we'll do as Elder Yu said. We'll set off immediately. The seventh elder couldn't help but ask. There's still one more problem. If we leave and those people can't find us, what if they become angry and cause trouble for the sect? The remaining disciples won't be able to resist at all. Yichuan and Hanyu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The sect returning ceremony would test the overall strength of the sect, so all the powerful disciples would go together. With the current situation of the sect, the remaining disciples would not be able to protect the sect at all. They didn't want their lair to be destroyed before they returned. Seventh Elder's words are very reasonable. We must first resolve this matter. However, if a portion of the disciples were left to guard, their strength would be greatly reduced since they were not strong. Just as Hanyu was frowning, Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 came up. Thanks to Elder Yu's care by giving me spiritual plants and supreme-grade pills, I'm willing to stay to guard Tai King sect. Hanyu couldn't help but be happy when she heard this. Is the Alchemy King serious? According to the time that she had agreed with Alchemy King Gu Roman 11, it was time for them to leave. She didn't expect that he would choose to stay. Of course. Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 nodded. The current Tai King sect was simply heaven to him. There were spiritual plants to be used and pills to be researched. Only a fool would choose to leave this place. Moreover, he was sure that Yichuan was not simple. He wanted to ride Yichuan's coattails by guarding Tai King sect. It would not hurt them either. After all, they could refine pills anywhere, let alone in Tai King sect, which had so many materials. With Alchemy King Guzai's help, Yichuan and the others didn't have any worries. This group of alchemy cultivators might not be very strong, but the key was their connections. After all, there was a saying that circulated. You can offend anyone but not alchemy cultivators. Moreover, it was Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 holding down the fort. Even those who wanted to find trouble and look for the pills had to properly weigh their strength. Then I'll thank Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. After everything in Tai King's sect was settled, Hanyu and the others immediately set off. In addition to some weak disciples, there were also several elders left in the sect. Although everyone in Tai King's sect had taken the supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill, their qualifications were mixed good and bad. After all, these people could enter the sect as long as they paid spirit stones. Therefore, most of the disciples of the Tai King sect were weak. The supreme-grade marrow-cleansing pill could only clean the spirit root, but it would not change much of the cultivation. If the aptitude was too poor, then there was nothing could be done. However, under the effects of the pill, most of the disciples had changed from the original 3 or 4 spirit roots, which were mixed spiritual roots, to double spiritual roots, and even supreme-grade single spiritual roots. To them, it was like a pie falling from the sky, and they were extremely grateful to Yichuan. There weren't even a few people with mixed spirit roots in the entire team. This situation was extremely rare even in those big sects. Hanyu suggested to Lin Yuanheng, in fact, you should focus on your cultivation in the sect. The Lin family patriarch doesn't want you to travel a long distance either. Lin Yuanheng shook his head and refused. I want to go out and have a look. This time is also a kind of training for me. Ever since he had become a disabled person, the Lin family head had been worried that he would be injured and had not allowed him to travel far. It was not easy to get this opportunity, so how could he give it up? Moreover, Lin Yuanheng had other considerations. His intuition told him that it was definitely right to follow Yichuan. Seeing that Lin Yuanheng was so insistent, Hanyu could not say anything more. Then let's go now. I'll leave the sex matters to Alchemy King Gu Roman 11. Don't worry, Sect Master Han. Brother Yu's matters are my matters. His sect is naturally my sect. Hearing the way Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 addressed Yichuan, Hanyu's eyelids couldn't help twitching. In such a short time, Yichuan was able to become brothers with the Alchemy King. This was also a kind of ability. The group of people left in a grandiose manner. As expected, not long after they left, several groups of people came to visit. All of them came for the supreme grade marrow cleansing pill. The first to arrive was the King Cheng sect, which was also a famous sect nearby. The group of people was arrogant. The Lin family also had supreme grade marrow cleansing pills, but everyone thought that Lin Yuanhang had finished them. The sect did not dare to find trouble with the Lin family either. They had their eyes on Tai King's sect since they had found out that the sect had only been established not long ago. Of course, it was easy to bully the sect. Even if Yixuan couldn't take out the supreme grade marrow cleansing pill, he could still force him to tell where he had gotten the pill from. I heard that Tai King sect had exterminated Blood Soul sect. The elder of the King Cheng sect didn't think much of it. Did you see it with your own eyes? Although everyone said so, there were very few people who had witnessed it with their own eyes. Over time, everyone thought that it was just a rumor. After all, the difference in strength between the two sects was too great. It was simply impossible for Tai King's sect to exterminate the Blood Soul sect. There were rumors in the outside world that the Blood Soul sect had offended some mysterious superpower, which was why they were exterminated. Perhaps the people of Tai King's sect are deliberately mystified, or they deliberately said it was their own doing. They didn't think about how it was possible to do that with their strength. With this in mind, the sect did not take Tai King's sect seriously. As soon as they arrived at the mountain gate, they were not polite at all. Ask your sect master and the elder who has the supreme grade marrow cleansing pill to come out. Who would have thought that the one who came out was Alchemy King Gu Roman 11? Why is the Alchemy King here? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. After all, Alchemy King Gu's whereabouts were unknown, and not many people knew that Han Yu had invited him over to teach. Sect Master Han Yu, Elder Yixuan, and the other elders are not here. Everyone didn't dare to show any disrespect to Alchemy King Gu Roman 11, and they restrained their arrogance. What? You're saying that they've already left to participate in the sect returning ceremony? After all, it's just a small sect, and you all know the rules. The sect returning ceremony is around the corner, so they naturally have to set off in advance. Looking at Alchemy King Gu Roman 11, everyone was dumbfounded. Finally, the King Cheng sect's elder reacted. I don't believe it. How could there be such a coincidence? Could it be that they're saying this to avoid us?
Alchemy King Guzai's face turned cold.
What? Are you suspecting that I'm lying? If you don't believe me, you can investigate it yourself. Seeing that Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 was angry, the people of the King Cheng sect didn't dare to fall out with him even if they wanted to. Not to mention that Alchemy King Guzai's strength was high and was the target everyone wanted to curry favor with. But he was also highly respected and was the object of respect for all alchemists. If they offended him, most of the alchemists would probably stop selling them pills. The people of the King Cheng sect looked embarrassed and said with a smile, "That's not what we meant." Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 didn't buy it. Then what do you mean? Anyway, I've already said that. It's up to you to believe me or not. Yes, yes, yes. Of course, we believe you. The people of the King Cheng sect had no choice but to leave, but they secretly ordered, "You all keep a close eye on Tai King sect. If there is any movement, report it immediately." Other than them, other sects came one after another, but Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 sent them away. All the forces knew that Tai King sect had Alchemy King Gu Roman 11 in charge, so they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. The news of Yixuan and the others leaving the city couldn't be hidden, but it was already too late when the others received the news. Yixuan and the others had gone too far, so it was unrealistic to catch them up now. The sun had set in the west, and it was almost evening. Seeing that everyone had been on the road for a whole day, Han Yu ordered a short rest. Now that they had all left the city, it was likely that the group of people would catch them up. Let's rest for a while. Yixuan didn't expect the sect returning ceremony to be so troublesome. They even had to rush. Sect Master, where are we going to attend the ceremony? The sect returning ceremony will be held in the capital of the central region, which is very far away from us. Even if we use a flying-type magic tool, it will probably take nearly a month. Yixuan was shocked. He didn't expect the place to be so remote. Then we won't be able to make it in time. Lin Yuanhang smiled and said, "Elder Yi, you don't have to worry. There are teleportation arrays in some towns. We can use them to greatly shorten the distance. I think it will only take 10 days to half a month." Yixuan couldn't help but mutter, "It's so advanced. There's even a teleportation array. In that case, why don't they set one up in every place? It'll be more convenient for everyone. Lin Yuanhang's expression was a little strange. This was common sense, but Yixuan seemed to know nothing about it. After all, he had just reached this continent not long ago, so he was not as good as the locals. Moreover, Yixuan did not use a teleportation array when he left his home, so he was not clear about the situation here. Building a teleportation formation consumes a great amount of manpower and money, and it requires a formation master of level 7 and above to set it up. Formation masters are extremely rare nowadays, and those of the level 7 and above are even rarer. Lin Yuanheng patiently explained. It involved the problem of spatial distance. If an array master was not qualified enough, it was easy to cause major casualties. Therefore, not every place had a teleportation array. Only those prosperous big towns, which were important hubs, would have a teleportation array. The nearest teleportation array was in Shaju City. They would probably need to travel for another night to reach there. In addition, you have to pay a large number of spirit stones to use the teleportation formation. Common people can't afford to use it. Fortunately, the current Tai King sect was able to afford the cost of so many people. Even so, it was not a small expense. I see that everyone is tired today. Why don't we continue our journey tomorrow morning? It's quite dangerous to walk at night. Han Yu thought for a moment and felt that there should still be time. All right, as Elder Yi said. Everyone set up camp and rested. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xuan took out the paper he had obtained from the Lin family and began to study it. What the hell is this? Although there was no spiritual power fluctuation on the paper, Yi Xuan believed in his intuition that it must have a powerful origin. He didn't recognize the words and pictures on it at all, so he had no place to start. He had read many ancient books these days, but he had not found any records of similar words. It was as if these words did not exist on this continent at all. It was confusing. So you're here. An ethereal female voice sounded in his ear. It turned out to be Han Yu. What are you looking at? You're so serious. Yixuan quickly put the paper away, but she had already seen it. Her sharp eyes noticed the patterns and words on it, and her pupils shrank. A touch of shock flashed through her beautiful eyes. How did you get this? From Han Yu's tone, she seemed to know the origin of the paper, so Yixuan quickly asked, do you recognize the words and pictures on this paper? Han Yu didn't answer but asked, how did you get it? I obtained it from the Lin family's treasury. Han Yu's face was filled with rare shock and loss of self-control. No, it's impossible. Why is this thing here? Her heart was in turmoil. Yixuan had never seen Han Yu lose her composure like this. Seeing her reaction, he was even more curious. What is this? Do you know its true origin? Han Yu didn't say anything. She just looked at him deeply and returned to her previous ice-cold beauty appearance. However, if one looked closely, one would find that she had not completely calmed down. This isn't something you should be asking. You'd better give it to me. Yixuan was a little unhappy to hear this. Han Yu's attitude made it clear that this thing was not ordinary. How could he give up a treasure in his hands? Seeing that Yixuan was unwilling, Han Yu didn't want to force him either. After all, this thing was only an incomplete part, and it was useless in his hands. There were extremely few people in the lower realm who knew its origin. Since that's the case, then keep it safe and don't show it in front of anyone. Han Yu's secretive attitude made Yixuan want to know more. Why are you not telling me what this is? It's for your own good. With your current cultivation and strength, it's not suitable for you to know. Han Yu seemed to have fallen into his memory. One must know that this thing came from the divine realm. For some reason, it had fallen into the lower realm. However, Yixuan was not someone who gave up easily. Han Yu was helpless because she was pestered by him. I can only tell you now that you only have a small part of the fragments. After you collect all of them, you will eventually know without me telling you. It was just an excuse. With Yixuan's cultivation, how could he have gathered all these things? Besides, these things were difficult to obtain. I was wondering why this thing looked so strange. So it's just an incomplete part. No wonder I could not understand it. Han Yu did not say anything. She just glanced at Yixuan and turned to leave. Knowing that he could not get any more information out of it, Yixuan put the paper away. Perhaps one day, he would be able to collect other parts of this thing and figure out its true origin. The group continued their journey and soon arrived at a city with a teleportation array. After paying a large sum of spirit stone fees, The distance to the central province was much shorter. This teleportation array is convenient. I wonder how much money I can make with this. However, the array needed to be maintained regularly and cost many spirit stones, so it was costly. Sex without some financial resources could not afford it. Ding! Random mission. Consume 1,000,000 supreme grade spirit stones mission success reward. 10,000 prodigal points mission failure will randomly deduct prodigal points. Effective period. 7 days. One must know that top grade spirit stones were difficult to obtain, not to mention supreme grade spirit stones. The common ones on the market were low grade or mid grade. One supreme grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 top grade spirit stones, and so on. Supreme grade spirit stones contained a large amount of spiritual energy, so it was a waste to use them as currency. Therefore, they were circulated in the market rarely. After reading the mission clearly, Yixuan was left speechless. 1,000,000 supreme grade spirit stones. He would not be able to spend all of it, even if he did not sleep or rest for 7 days. If he stayed in this place, he would not finish the mission. Perhaps I have to go to Jingdu. The things there are much more expensive. Maybe I can finish the mission there. The Tai King sect disciples saw Yixuan mumbling something and frowning. He thought Yixuan had encountered some difficulty and asked, "Elder Yi, what happened?" "Nothing. I'm just thinking about how to spend the money." The others were confused. Why did Yixuan worry about how to spend his money? How many spirit stones did he have? Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the central province, the people of the Tai King sect were a little excited. The central province was far away. If it were not for the sect returning ceremony this time, they would not have had the chance to come here in their lifetime. Jingdu was the most prosperous city in the central province. Every ceremony would be held here. Cultivators were as many as sands, and experts were uncountable. It was very likely that an unremarkable old man on the side of the road was a grand elder of some sect. There were rows upon rows of shops on the street, and the sounds of hawking could be heard constantly. The perfect golden pill is made by the supreme alchemist. It has no side effects and only costs 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Come and take a look. It's the fur of a sprinting wolf. It's top quality and flawless. I'll sell it at any price. Supreme grade magic weapon, the divine thunderflame ball. It was made by the chief disciple of a weapon forging grandmaster. It's now being sold for only 800 low-grade spirit stones. Everyone found it very refreshing. Some even wanted to buy something, but Yixuan stopped them. If you're not afraid of being scammed, then go ahead. You cannot fully trust these hawkers. The disciple immediately revealed a puzzled look. What if they are authentic? We could miss a golden opportunity. Yixuan rolled his eyes. If there's anything good, why would they sell it to you? These street hawkers were not trustworthy. They would say anything to sell their goods. They were good at selecting their prey. They could tell if a person was local or not immediately. They would not provoke those powerful sects and only pick the people from other places. After all, they sold their things on their stalls. They could pack up and run away at any time. No matter how great one's ability was, it was impossible to find a needle in a haystack. After listening to Yixuan's analysis, the disciple felt that it was very reasonable. I'm not going. Who would have thought Yixuan would walk over by himself in the next second? Elder Yi, what are you doing? There are too many scammers here. You won't be able to differentiate them. I will do it. There were plenty of places to spend money in Jingdu, so he did not have to worry about using all his spirit stones. Yixuan did not want to waste his spirit stones, so he decided to go to the shops first. Yixuan liked the treasure pavilion in the center of the building. It was gorgeous and exquisite. The things inside must be expensive, which was exactly what he wanted. Who would have thought that he would be stopped at the door? The servant saw that Yixuan was dressed in ordinary clothes and was a human realm level 2, so he said impatiently, "We're closing." Looking at the people coming and going in the shop in broad daylight, Yixuan could not help but say, "Don't you have other people in your shop?" The servant sized Yixuan up with a bit of contempt in his eyes. "Yes, but you should take a look at who they are. You're just low-level cultivators. I'm afraid you can't even afford a single part. Please leave. Why don't you go and ask around? This is not a place for a lowly person like you." Discrimination existed everywhere, but Yixuan did not expect a mere shop guard in Jingdu would look down on people like a dog. Yixuan did not know that Treasure Pavilion was famous in Jingdu. They were even more expensive. but the items were also good. People from the 7 major sects often came here. Hence, some small sects did not dare to set foot in it easily. Yichuan teased, "I'd like to ask you, what is this place? Don't you guys serve humans?" Before the servant could react, he subconsciously replied, "Of course," seeing the smile on Yichuan's lips. He was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses and said furiously, "Hurry up and leave. We don't welcome you here. If you continue to disturb us, don't blame me for being impolite." He waved Yichuan away like a fly. Yichuan glanced at him coldly and turned to the hawker next to him. The servant spat to the side. "You arrogant prick." The hawker was right next to them and witnessed the entire scene of Yichuan being driven out. He could not help but show a sympathetic look. "What do you want?" Yichuan pointed casually, but before he could say anything, the hawker said, "You have good eyes. It is a supreme-grade defensive magic weapon made by a master refiner." It was only later that he realized that Yichuan probably did not have many spirit stones. He immediately gave up. Perhaps it was sympathy, but he did not raise the price. "If you want it, 100 low-grade spirit stones." The price was not pricey. This item was also the cheapest one on the stall. "What I mean is wrap up everything else except this one." For a moment, the hawker thought he was hallucinating. "What did you say?" Yichuan repeated. "I said I want to wrap up the rest." The hawker was a little speechless. Did Yichuan get bullied at Treasure Pavilion and come here to have fun? His expression suddenly turned cold. "If you are joking, please go somewhere else. I still have to do business here." A supreme-grade spirit stone fell in front of the stall owner. Under the refraction of the sun, it emitted a strange brilliance. Is that enough? One must know that this was a supreme-grade spirit stone. It was more than enough. The items on the stall only added up to a few hundred mid-grade spirit stones at most. The hawker's eyes widened, and he stuttered, It's enough, but I don't have enough change." He had never seen a supreme-grade spirit stone before. "It's okay. Keep the change." After Yichuan had walked far away, the hawker hurriedly took the supreme-grade spirit stone in his hand. The spiritual energy was overflowing, and it was definitely not fake. It felt like a dream. The other stall owners were shocked and envious. Why don't they open the stall at that place? The hawker took the supreme-grade spirit stone and ran away, afraid that Yichuan would regret it when he came back to his senses. After all, his pile of things was a mess and not worth that much. The servant of Treasure Pavilion was dumbfounded. He saw everything and regretted his attitude so much that he had butterflies in his stomach. This low-level cultivator had supreme-grade spirit stone. If he was the one receiving the supreme-grade spirit stone, he could earn tons of commission. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret it. The disciples of the Tai King sect saw Yichuan walking over with many things in his arms. "Elder Yi, did you go to stock up on supplies?" he subconsciously blurted out. "I just casually bought some things." The 6th elder and 7th elder also came over curiously. They wanted to see what Yichuan bought. They could not help but shake their heads and say, "Elder Yi, you've been scammed. They're all worthless and of no use." The previous disciple looked at Yichuan in shock. "Didn't you say you won't be scammed?" Yichuan said righteously. 1,000 golds can't buy happiness. Moreover, he could get back the spirit stones he spent in another way. After all, it was a system mission, and everything was for the sake of prodigal points. But the others did not know this and were speechless at Yichuan's wasteful behavior. However, Yichuan had money, so they could not say anything. Under everyone's puzzled and envious eyes, Yichuan carried the pile of miscellaneous things into the room. Looking at the pile of things, Yichuan felt a little awkward. He did not want to throw them away because he used spirit stones to buy them. However, he did not know what to do with them if he kept them. "I heard that some people had found treasures at the stalls. I don't know if I'll have the luck." After a rough scan, Yichuan found some elixirs and magic weapons, but they were not as good as the hawker had boasted. The quality was average, and he did not know what the rest were. Yichuan picked up one of them and studied it carefully, but he was not good at identifying the items. After looking at it for a long time, he could not see any mystery. "It would be great if the system could help me detect it." He could not help but sigh. The next second, a notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! Detected the host's request. "Do you want to spend prodigal points to activate the scanning system?" Yichuan's eyes lit up. There was such a good thing. However, when he looked at the prodigal points that needed to be activated, He immediately showed a pained expression. Why is it so expensive? System, why don't you rob me instead? Although Yi Chuan complained, he still had to spend it. It just so happened that Yi Chuan had completed his mission earlier and had accumulated tons of prodigal points. Although he was distressed, he could still deal with it. Activate. Scanning system activated. Scanning grade 5 elixir. Jade Dew Spirit Restoration Pill detected. Waterproof Pearl detected. 4th grade Heavenly Fire Talisman detected. Normal Jade detected in an instant. All the items' names, information, grade, and other values appeared in front of Yi Chuan. Yi Chuan looked at them one by one and understood them. He could not help but exclaim, "This is too convenient." However, after looking around, these things were ordinary and nothing special about them. They're all worthless things. Yi Chuan was not surprised by this result. After all, no good stuff could be found in a small stall. When he saw the corner, he stopped. What's this? What attracted Yi Chuan's attention was a stone. Pinglai Immortal Stone detected, a specialty of Pinglai Immortal Island. Yi Chuan was curious about this stone because he had never heard of the name of the stone before. Pinglai Immortal Island. What is that place? Furthermore, the description of the stone was very vague. It only told Yi Chuan it was a local specialty and nothing else. This stone was black and emitted a black jade-like luster. Other than its color, it was no different from other stones, but it was much lighter. Yi Chuan tried to inject spiritual power into it, but nothing happened. There was no reaction. No matter how he tested it, there was no reaction. It looked like a pretty stone and nothing special. Forget it. I'll keep it first. There was nothing special about this pile of things except this so-called Pinglai Immortal Stone. Yi Chuan had given some items to the others. As for the trash, he had thrown them all away. The next day, Yi Chuan appeared in the same spot as yesterday. The hawkers along the street recognized this god of fortune at a glance. It immediately caused a great sensation. After all, this man had supreme-grade spirit stones, so how could they not have a deep impression of him? Fellow cultivator, come and take a look. I have a cultivation technique passed down from my ancestors. It is said to be created by a super-strong elite. If you cultivate it to the peak stage, you can even step on the void and shatter it. Forget it. Your cultivation technique is lousy. Why don't you take a look at my exclusive elixir? You can increase your cultivation by eating one pill. Advancing will no longer be a problem for you. I think you're all just bragging. Why don't you take a look at my shop? I'm honest with the young and the old, and the price is fair. The hawker tried to promote himself in front of Yi Chuan, hoping that he could take care of his business. Who would have thought that Yi Chuan would ask, "Are your things expensive?" Did he spend all his spirit stones yesterday and was running out of spirit stones? Was that why he was asking this question? The other hawkers looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Why would they be so enthusiastic if they could not make a profit? Every hawker became dispirited. A supreme-grade spirit stone was probably all he had. How could he possibly take out another one today? There were still a few hawkers who were unwilling to give up. Our food is good and cheap. It's affordable. Yi Chuan immediately turned around and left after hearing this, leaving them scratching their heads. What are you doing? I already said that our things aren't expensive. The hawker asked. Yi Chuan replied without even turning his head. I only want the expensive stuff. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Chuan asked them the price because he wanted to buy an expensive one, not because he had no more spiritual stones. At first, the crowd was still suspicious. Then, Yi Chuan took out another supreme-grade spirit stone and bought everything in the stall without hesitation. Only then did they realize that Yi Chuan wasn't joking. The stall owner almost went crazy. It was another supreme-grade spirit stone. Fellow cultivator, take a look at mine. I have what you want. They are all the most expensive. Even those who had said their things were cheap and good had changed their words. The price soared so much that passers-by cast strange looks at him. They didn't see Yi Chuan, who was surrounded by the crowd, but only heard the sky-high prices. These hawkers must be crazy about money. No one would buy it at such a high price. You're wrong. Some people really want to buy it. Yesterday, a fat sheep appeared here and spent a supreme-grade spirit stone. Today, he came again. It's no wonder that these hawkers would raise the price. No way, no way. A supreme-grade spirit stone. Which family does this wastrel from? He's not even afraid of being punished by buying these trashy things. Maybe he has tons of spirit stones and has nowhere to spend them, but he'll be happy to. But he doesn't have to be so wasteful. He's really nuts. Many passers-by were attracted to the stall and wanted to see what was going on. They saw Yichuan take out a supreme-grade spirit stone and buy everything without blinking. This kind of reckless extravagance made people speechless. One had to know that there were too many low-quality goods on the stalls. Many of them were just there to make the stalls look full. There was no good stuff to buy at all. Even if the customers wanted to refund, these stall owners were as cunning as foxes and would slip away in advance. Even the people of the 7 major sects aren't so generous. Where did this person come from? It's a new face. Is that guy from another place? Isn't the sect returning ceremony going to be held soon? Yichuan spent money like it was nothing. Even passers-by felt heartache, but his expression didn't even change. It was as if all this was nothing to him and not worth mentioning. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Fellow cultivator, what's the point of buying these things?" Yichuan said very calmly, "It's not of much use, but it can make me happy. No amount of money can buy my happiness." When everyone heard this, they were speechless and couldn't say anything to refute Yichuan. Damn it, this person was showing off to them. They were furious. Was this the difference between people? In the end, more and more people came to watch the show, and even the people from Treasure Pavilion heard the news. "What's the situation over there? Why are there so many people? I heard a young man bought all the things on the stall with supreme-grade spirit stones." Treasure Pavilion's manager's son immediately revealed a surprised expression. "There's new." Most of the people who traded here were disciples of big sects, but it was rare to see such a generous person. Moreover, he was even using supreme-grade spirit stones to buy those worthless things. That's really strange. Is that guy picking up scraps there? Go and check the situation. Although Treasure Pavilion earned a lot of money every day, this was the first time manager's son had seen someone spend so much money. He couldn't help but be curious and sent someone to investigate. He heard Yichuan's words, "1,000 gold can't buy my happiness." Why didn't such a generous customer come to our Treasure Pavilion? No one would ever complain about earning more money. Even a person like Manager's son was amazed by Yichuan's wealth. Manager's son didn't notice the guilty look on the servant's face when he complained. Yichuan had bought everything from the hawkers along the way. Just as he was about to leave, he heard someone calling him. "Fellow cultivator, please hold on." Turning around, he saw an unfamiliar middle-aged man with a golden abacus in his hand. It was a special magic tool. It was Manager's son who had the intention of befriending Yichuan. Yichuan was willing to spend so much money on a stall. Hence, Manager's son was determined to get this wealthy customer into Treasure Pavilion. He might be able to earn a lot of spirit stones. Without waiting for Yichuan to ask, he introduced himself. "I'm the manager of Treasure Pavilion. Why don't you go inside and take a look? I'm sure the things inside will be thousands of times better than the ones in the stalls." Manager's son wasn't bragging. Most top-quality pills, magic weapons, and spiritual pets were in Treasure Pavilion. There was also an auction house in Jingdu. The auction house and Treasure Pavilion took up most of the profits, leaving other shops with tiny profits. Manager's son thought that Yichuan didn't know Jingdu very well. He suspected Yichuan didn't know about Treasure Pavilion, which was why he had gone to the stall. Now Yichuan would be tempted after the introduction from Manager's son. However, Yichuan did not even look at Manager's son. "Treasure Pavilion, I know. It's the one shop that didn't welcome me last time." Manager's son's expression changed slightly. He said embarrassedly, "Did such a thing happen? Is there a misunderstanding?" A nearby hawker saw Yichuan being chased out that day and quickly added, "It's not a misunderstanding. We all saw it. This gentleman was chased out by your servant." Then, the hawker revealed a gloating smile. "Speaking of which, I have to thank you all. If it weren't for your lowly servant looking down on this generous gentleman, I'm afraid he wouldn't have come to our place. Otherwise, we will not have the opportunity to earn so many spirit stones." Manager's son's face suddenly turned gloomy. He looked at the talkative hawker, who quickly hid in the crowd and disappeared. Since the hawker had the supreme-grade spirit stones, he didn't even need to set up a stall. For a moment, Manager's son's mood was extremely complicated. Initially, his pavilion could have reaped a large number of spirit stones. However, his servant had ruined their precious opportunity. He felt countless spirit stones flying away from his hands. Initially, the spirit stones in the hands of those small stalls should have belonged to them. When he thought of this, he suddenly flew into a rage. Who is it? Hurry and come out here. The people of Treasure Pavilion immediately kept quiet out of fear. They looked at each other, no one daring to admit it. Manager Sun's voice became colder and harsher. Who is it? Step out now. Don't make me come to you personally. Otherwise, all of you will bear the consequences. Seeing that the matter had been exposed, the servant knelt in front of Yixuan with a plop and cried, I was rude and ignorant. Please be magnanimous. Please don't hold it against me. Yixuan hadn't forgotten how arrogant the servant had been. Now that the tables had turned, Yixuan said with a faint smile, What if I insist? The servant was stunned. I'm telling you, don't look down on others in the future. However, I'm not sure you will have a bright future anymore. Manager Sun knew how to conduct himself well. Without waiting for Yixuan to speak, he directly said, You're fired. From now on, you have nothing to do with Treasure Pavilion. Someone, take him away. My lord, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. The servant was dragged away and kept begging for mercy. Yixuan looked on coldly. He had brought this upon himself. Manager Sun smiled and said, My subordinate had eyes but failed to see things clearly. I have offended you. Now, this person has no relationship with my Treasure Pavilion. I wonder if you are satisfied with this punishment. Just barely. It was also one of the reasons why Yixuan had chosen to wander around the stalls near Treasure Pavilion these days. They didn't let him in back then, but now this group of people wanted to invite him politely. Manager Sun made an inviting gesture. Please do me the honor of having a seat. I'll prepare some tea. Since Manager Sun had already said so, it would be rude to refuse. Yixuan nodded in agreement. He also wanted to see what good things Treasure Pavilion had. He led Yixuan to the second floor of the Treasure Pavilion, which was used to receive some distinguished guests or people with status. When the people in the hall saw this, they couldn't help but look at him. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. I don't think I've seen him before. It shouldn't be a local sect in Jingdu. Or is he from one of those sects outside Jingdu? They weren't the only ones guessing Yixuan's identity. Even Manager Sun was curious about Yixuan. May I ask where you come from? How should I address you? My surname is Yi, and I am an elder of the Tai King sect. I come here to participate in the sect returning ceremony. Manager Sun couldn't recall anything about the Tai King sect. The name was too unfamiliar, but Yixuan was so generous when spending money. Logically speaking, it should not be a small sect. He laughed awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. I'm too ignorant to have never heard of your sect. Yixuan didn't mind. That's normal. We just established our sect last month. It's a long way from Central Province too. It would be strange if you've heard of us. Tai King sect was not so famous that even the people in Jingdu of the Central Province knew about it. At this moment, the hawkers outside Treasure Pavilion had already started to pack up. It was the first time he closed his stall this earlier, because Yixuan had bought all his things, including their accumulated stocks and other worthless things. He was so happy that he could not stop smiling just as the hawker about to leave. Two more people suddenly appeared at the stall. Everything has been sold out today. Come back tomorrow. A hawker replied without even raising his head. A cold light flashed in the air. Then, a cold sword landed on the hawker's neck in the blink of an eye. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe. Spare me! The hawker trembled as he raised his head. Standing in front of him were a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. They had an extraordinary aura. Two young heroes, let's talk this out. I'm just doing a small business. I didn't do anything outrageous. The two didn't waste a word and went straight to the point. Did you receive a stone a few days ago? The hawker was confused by the question and subconsciously answered, Stone? What stone? The cold sword came a few inches closer, and the hawker could even clearly feel the sharpness of the sword tip. If the sword was a little closer, blood would have splattered from the hawker's neck. He was so frightened that he begged for mercy. Two young heroes, I buy so many things every day. Please give me time to recall. Don't play any tricks with me. That stone is black. It turned out that these two were disciples of the Misty Illusory Manor. They accidentally lost their storage bag. It had important items that their sect needed. Other things aside, the most important thing was to find this stone, which was why they had come all the way here. Who would have thought that the person who picked up the storage bag had broken the restriction and didn't know what it was? The person thought the stone was worthless and sold it to a roadside stall. The hawker was deep in his memories. He smacked his head and said, "I remember now. A few days ago, a middle-aged man bragged about it. I spent 100 low-grade spirit stones." Cut the crap. Where is it? The man interrupted the hawker's jabbering. The hawker remembered the sneaky look on the man's face. The hawker did not know the stone's origin, but he did not care. The hawkers didn't buy things according to the rules like the shops. They didn't care if the goods were stolen or robbed. After they sold the goods had nothing to do with them anymore. However, the hawker never thought that would cause trouble for him. Seeing that these two people came to him with hostility, they would definitely not let it go if they did not find the stone. The hawker buried his head in his search and revealed a smile uglier than crying. He carefully said, "It's sold." "What? You actually sold it? Do you know how expensive it is?" Lin Kingsu furrowed her brows, and Lai Ji's expression wasn't any better. "We're done for. Eldest senior brother handed it to us. If he finds out that we lost it, how are we going to explain?" "Who did you sell the stone to?" Lai Ji asked viciously. "There are so many customers every day. How would I know? It's so unremarkable. I didn't even pay attention to it." The hawker caught a glimpse of Lai Ji's murderous gaze and seemed to have thought of something. "But all the things in my stall have been bought by a generous customer. I think he bought the stone you mentioned." Lai Ji examined him. "Are you serious?" "I'm not lying. That person just entered Treasure Pavilion. Manager's son who personally let him in." The two of them checked the hawker and found nothing on him. Lin Kingsu and Lai Ji looked at Treasure Pavilion. Most people entering the Treasure Pavilion were disciples of the 7 major sects. Could it be that the person the hawker was talking about was also from the 7 major sects? Lai Ji was about to enter, but Lin Kingsu stopped him. "There are too many people inside. If we ask the staff directly, I'm afraid the other sects will also know. It's not good to have too many people know about this matter, so it's better to wait for him to come out." Yixuan didn't know that trouble was coming to him. Hearing Yixuan's words, manager's son blurted out, "Your sect was established last month. You must be joking." For a moment, manager's son thought he was hallucinating, but Yixuan didn't seem to be joking. "It's true. My sect hasn't even participated in the sect returning ceremony. So naturally, you have never heard of us." Yixuan didn't know that one day, the Tai King sect would be famous throughout the continent with his name. It would be known to the world, making countless people yearn to join it. However, this was all a story for the future. The current Tai King sect was just a nameless small sect. Manager's son didn't deny it. He was sure that Yixuan was hiding something, so he didn't ask further. Perhaps he was a prodigal son from some powerful family or sect who had gone out on a trip. "What do you need?" "In the entire Jingdu, my treasure pavilion has some of the best things. I think we can satisfy your needs." Yixuan thought of the mission and suddenly showed an unfathomable expression. "Show me everything you have." Manager's son clapped his hands, and people carried trays in one after another. The treasures faintly emitted their spiritual energy. They were all excellent items. They were not like the inferior goods on the street. After all, Treasure Pavilion was a 100-year-old shop. Other than the high price, there was nothing fraudulent with it. Otherwise, it would not attract the disciples of the big sects. "This is... All right, I'll take these." Manager's son was about to introduce the item to Yixuan when he was interrupted by Yixuan. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat, and he blurted out in surprise, "What did you say?" Even though Manager's son had experienced many storms and waves, he had never seen anyone buy things like this in Treasure Pavilion for so long. Yixuan directly bought the goods without even looking at them. Even if Yixuan had a gold mine at home, he shouldn't be squandered his money like this. One must know that this was the Treasure Pavilion. It was not like the stuff on the stalls. Any item in Treasure Pavilion would cost thousands or even tens of thousands of mid-grade spiritual stones. The items Manger's son showed Yixuan was worth a few 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones. Yixuan took supreme-grade spirit stones. "Count them? If it's not enough, just tell me. Keep the change," Yixuan said in an indifferent tone. He was just short of buying Treasure Pavilion. Manager's son hurriedly took it. Although he had doubts about Yixuan's wealth before, all his doubts were gone after seeing so many supreme-grade spirit stones. He was the real god of fortune. Even with all the expenses, Yixuan had only spent a quarter of the amount the mission target. He still had many supreme-grade spirit stones in his hands. Take out whatever else you have. Manager Sun's heart skipped a beat. Hearing Yixuan's words, it seemed like he wanted to buy everything. Manager Sun didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly ordered people to bring out everything except the reserved goods. All the items in the pavilion were placed in front of Yixuan, and there were only 70 or 80 items. The things at Treasure Pavilion were of quality, not quantity. Not everyone could afford them. They received disciples from large sects most of the time. Many disciples had to make reservations in advance, so there were not many things in the pavilion. Who would have thought that a freak like Yixuan would appear today? He actually wanted to buy everything in one go. It was an unprecedented thing in history. The golden abacus in Manager Sun's hands made a clattering sound as his 10 fingers moved so fast that one could only see the afterimages of his fingers. Then, he had already calculated and taken a deep breath in just a moment. That's a total of 85 million top-grade spiritual stones. I'll round it down to 80 million top-grade spiritual stones. The moment his words fell, there was a moment of silence. Did Yixuan still have so many supreme-grade spirit stones? Even Manager Sun was apprehensive. He had seen many people, but had never met someone as strange as Yixuan. If he could make the deal with Yixuan, it would be the largest transaction in the history of Treasure Pavilion. The income of spiritual stones today would set a new record, 100 times more than usual days. The supreme-grade spirit stones fell on the table, almost enough to pile up a mountain. Yixuan's expression was indifferent, as if he had just thrown out a cabbage. Keep the change. So many supreme-grade spirit stones. Even Manager Sun, who was in charge of the treasury of the pavilion, had never seen these many supreme-grade spirit stones. His eyes were wide open. The light of the supreme-grade spirit stones dazzled his eyes, but he was still reluctant to look away. Did this person excavate a supreme-grade spirit stone mine? How could he have so many supreme-grade spirit stones? It was almost as much as a large sex accumulation. One had to know that even the grand elders of the 7 great sects weren't as generous as Yixuan. Seeing Yixuan frowning, Manager Sun carefully said, "Is there anything else, sir? Are these things not to your liking?" He even used honorifics to address Yixuan. After all, the person in front of them had become the biggest customer of their shop. They had to treat Yixuan with care and not offend him. Moreover, the fact that he could take out so many spirit stones in one go must mean that he had a strong background. They could only befriend him and not offend him. Yixuan did some calculations. Even if he spent so many spirit stones, there was still a big gap from the mission goal. Don't you guys have anything else? Never in a million years would Manager Sun expected to hear Yixuan asking him this question. Manager Sun gasped and didn't know what to say for a moment, so he became more and more careful. Everything in the pavilion is already here. As for the other goods, they've already been reserved. I can't sell them to you. Seeing Yixuan's disappointed expression, Steward Sun suggested, "If you lack anything but spirit stones, you can go to the Jingdu auction house to take a look." Jingdu auction house? What is that place? Knowing that Yixuan wasn't from Jingdu, Manager Sun patiently explained. Jingdu auction house is the largest auction house in the entire Jingdu. They collect treasures from all over the world. The displayed auction items were all rare treasures, and the prices were also frighteningly high. Because the auction also took commission and handling fees, the final transaction price was more than 10 times more expensive than the other places. Even so, the sects in Jingdu or the cultivators from all over the world were interested in this auction. They had the chance to find some perfect medicinal pill or supreme-grade technique there, which could not be found in the outside world. Then I'd like to go and take a look. After listening to Manager Sun's introduction, Yixuan was quite interested. Perhaps he could use up all his spirit stones and complete his mission by attending this auction. You come at the right time. Tomorrow is the start of the auction. Moreover, it's said that the auction this time is particularly different. Manager Sun took out an invitation card. Golden auspicious clouds swirled around it, and the words Jingdu Auction were printed on it. It looked very exquisite. You are an honored guest of my treasure pavilion. I will give you this invitation. There will be someone to lead you to the auction. Treasure Pavilion and Jingdu Auction House were both famous. The auctions would open at regular intervals, and there was no competition between them. On the contrary, they interacted a lot. When Treasure Pavilion received some extremely precious items, they would send them to the auction house to be auctioned. The golden invitation card in Yixuan's hand was not something ordinary people could get their hands on. Thank you, manager's son. Yixuan thanked him and left with the invitation. Manager's son watched as this god of fortune left. He couldn't help but sigh. I wonder who he is. With so many supreme-grade spirit stones in his hands, it seems this auction will be very interesting. As soon as Yixuan walked out of the gate of Treasure Pavilion, he suddenly turned and walked in the direction of the gate. It was opposite from the direction he had gone back. He walked all the way to the west and stopped when he reached the outskirts. He slowly said, "The two of you have followed me all the way. I wonder what you want from me." Lin Qingsu and Lai Ji could not help but be shocked when they heard this. They walked out slowly and revealed themselves. This person's aura was only at human realm level 2, but he could detect their existence. Could it be that he was deliberately hiding his strength? Or that he had some kind of magic weapon on him that interfered with their judgment? While the two were sizing up Yixuan, Yixuan was also sizing them up. I wonder why you've been following me, Yixuan asked. Lin Qingsu was dressed in white, floating like snow. She was like a lotus in the clear water, a natural carving with a coldness that did not belong to the world. Yixuan could not help but be amazed by her name. At first, Yixuan thought he had spent too many spirit stones, so some people coveted his wealth and wanted to rob him. However, these two people had extraordinary bearings and did not seem like robbers. The woman's expression was fine, but the man's eyes were unfriendly. Yixuan was a little puzzled. He had just arrived in the capital and had not offended anyone. Hand over the stone, Yixuan did not get it. What stone? The black stone you bought from the stall. Lai Ji said furiously, It's the stone you bought from the stall. Were they talking about the Pinglai immortal stone? Yixuan was unmoved. What are you saying? I don't understand. Even though the stone belonged to them, he had paid for it. Moreover, this stone's origin was mysterious and might come in handy in the future. How could Yixuan give it up so easily? Lai Ji's expression changed slightly. The stall owner told us you bought everything, so the stone must be with you. You're just trying to deny it. You believe everything that Hawker said, but why don't you believe what I say? You said the stone is with me, so why don't you show some evidence? Lai Ji was rendered speechless by Yixuan's question. He was sure that Yixuan had hidden the stone. I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. Are you going to hand it over or not? If you don't, then don't blame us for being impolite. Yixuan was a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. He sneered. I'd like to see how impolite you can be. After Yixuan finished speaking, Lai Ji's sword shot out like a dragon and stabbed Yixuan with lightning speed. His movements were fast, but in Yixuan's eyes, it was several times slower. He easily dodged the sword. Seeing his sword had missed, Lai Ji flew up again and slashed down. His attack was like a dragon's roar. The powerful sword Kai seemed to be able to split the air in half. The wind and clouds surged in an instant. Boom! The giant rock that was half the height of a man shattered, and countless pieces of gravel fell. Yixuan seemed to have anticipated Lai Ji's next step and had already hidden to the side. He looked at Lai Ji with a mocking expression. Lai Ji flew into a rage out of humiliation. Do you only know how to dodge? Yixuan was not angry. Instead, the sneer on his lips grew bigger and bigger. If you're strong, come and slash me. Upon hearing this, Lai Ji was immediately furious and became even more ruthless. Lin Qingsu could not help but try to stop him. Stop. Let's talk things out. However, Lai Ji ignored her. If we don't teach this brat a lesson, he will not put a misty illusory manner in his eyes. As the sword trembled violently, the sharp sword Kai was unrestrained. Countless sword lights intertwined, forming a large net that covered the sky and earth, wrapping Lin Xuan up. Lai Ji laughed coldly. Let's see where you can hide now. Yixuan stood at the original spot and looked at the incoming sword net calmly. Lai Ji had sealed off all his escape routes. This time, Yixuan had no way to escape. He was swallowed up by the sword net instantly. Lin Qingsu could not help but worry. I'm afraid that's not a good idea, Senior Brother Lai. We just want to get the stone back. Why do we have to take people's lives? Lai Ji's expression was cold. This brat did not know his place. He forced me to make a move. He brought this on himself. Even if he dies here, he can't blame anyone else. After Lai Ji finished speaking, a ray of white light shot out from the sword net. The powerful light made Lai Ji raise his hand to block it. The world became white, and he couldn't help but shout. What is going on? More white light was released from the sword net, and even Lin Kingsu couldn't see what was happening. The powerful sword net became as thin as paper and instantly broke into pieces. Lin Kingsu tried her best to open her eyes. She could vaguely see a figure walking toward Lai Ji in her blurry vision. It was as if a god had descended from the heavens. The power revealed in his every movement made her almost breathless. Be careful, Lin Kingsu couldn't help but remind Lai Ji, but it was too late. By the time the light dissipated, the sword net had already dissipated in the air. Yixuan was still in his original position, not even moving a single step, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. On the other hand, Lai Ji's face turned pale, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Senior brother, are you all right? Lin Kingsu asked with concern. Lai Ji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and knew he had run into a strong opponent. He glared at Yixuan fiercely. Let's go! Lai Ji and Lin Kingsu instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Before they left, Lai Ji didn't forget to leave some harsh words. Just you wait. Misty Illusory Manor will never let you off. Looking at their backs as they left, Yixuan had no intention of chasing after them. He turned around and returned to the inn. Lin Kingsu supported Lai Ji. Seeing that Yixuan did not catch up, she said, Senior brother Lai, you must sit down and recuperate first. Lai Ji sat cross-legged and meditated to recuperate. Lin Kingsu sent messages to the people in the sect. Not long after, Bai Haiyu received the news and rushed over. When he saw Lai Ji's sorry state, he could not help but frown. What happened? How did junior brother Lai get injured? Lin Kingsu gritted her teeth and spoke apologetically. I'm sorry, eldest senior brother, we lost that stone. Bai Haiyu's expression changed when he heard this. How could you lose it? It is the Penglai immortal stone? When Bai Haiyu saw Lin Kingsu's guilty expression, he could not blame her anymore. We tracked down the stone and figured out that an unfamiliar cultivator had bought it. We asked him for it. Then, senior brother Lai quarreled with that person. They got into a fight. After listening to Lin Kingsu's story, Bai Haiyu was shocked. I can't believe there's such a thing. Someone could defeat junior brother Lai in one move. Lin Kingsu nodded. I did not see how he did it. When I came back to my senses, senior brother Lai was already injured. Bai Haiyu's gaze fell on Lai Ji. Junior brother Lai, can you explain the situation? Lai Ji's face was filled with embarrassment as he said, I didn't know either. I felt a powerful force hit my body, and I couldn't resist at all. As Lai Ji spoke, his voice became softer and softer. The wrinkles on Bai Haiyu's face were so deep they could squeeze a mosquito to death. This person is powerful. To be able to defeat you in an instant, his cultivation must be unfathomable. Could he be from the Tao-seeking sect or a disciple of the Heaven sect? Lin Kingsu shook her head and said, I don't think his moves are from those sects. Also, his face is unfamiliar. With such strength, he shouldn't be unknown in the 7 major sects. I've never seen him before. Most importantly, he's only human realm level 2. Bai Haiyu fell into deep thought. This person's background is mysterious, and he's displayed extraordinary strength. It seems like he has an extraordinary background. After all, cultivation could be concealed with magic weapons or other methods. They all thought Yixuan was like this, but they did not know that his true strength was only at human realm level 2. What should we do now? Didn't you say that he went to Treasure Pavilion? Let's go and investigate it. Maybe we can get some useful information. However, they failed to get any information. If it were any other customer, perhaps Manager Sun would give them some information out of respect for Misty Illusory Manor. But just now, Yixuan had bought all the goods in their pavilion. They had never seen such a generous customer before, so how could they dare to offend him? The smile on Manager Sun's face gradually faded. Although I really want to help you, we have to keep the privacy of our guests confidential. We understand. Bai Haiyu replied courteously, but I still hope you can make things easier for us. That way, we'll be able to report back to our superiors. Even if Bai Haiyu used Misty Illusory Manor as a threat, Manager Sun was not afraid. Treasure Pavilion had been in Jingdu for so many years. How could we develop our pavilion to its current scale without a strong background? The boss behind Treasure Pavilion was mysterious and rarely showed themselves in front of people. Some said they were the Grand Elder of the Seven Great Sects, and some said they came from a powerful force. All in all, there were many different stories, but there was one thing that everyone agreed on. This person's strength was definitely not ordinary. If I make things easier for you, I will have trouble reporting to my higher-ups. You all know the rules of Treasure Pavilion. It's not easy for me. Manager Sun's words were flawless, and no one could find any fault with them. Ji was so angry that he spoke without thinking. You are quite arrogant. You don't even have any respect for our misty illusory manor. That's not right. We're just being responsible for all our guests. I hope you can understand. Seeing that Manager Sun was unmoved, Bai Haoyu and the others had no other choice. If the Grand Elder or the Sect Master of the Misty Illusory Manor stepped in, there might still be a way out. Bai Haoyu's expression did not change. He maintained his elegant demeanor and said, "If that's the case, we won't force you to do something against your will. We won't disturb you any further, Manager Sun." Manager Sun was very polite. "It's fine. If you come to buy it next time, I'll give you a reasonable price as an apology." Walking out of Treasure Pavilion, Ji was indignant. "Senior brother, why are you being so merciful to him? At worst, we can capture this Manager Sun. We can force him to tell us the whereabouts of that person." Bai Haoyu looked at him indifferently. "You still think that the trouble isn't serious enough? Do you think you can act so presumptuously in Treasure Pavilion? If we arrest their manager, the person behind the scenes will come to us. Do you want to make a scene and let everyone in Jingdu know?" Ji immediately gave up. "It's not that bad." Lin Kingsu agreed with Bai Haoyu. "Eldest senior brother is right. Treasure Pavilion is not a good place. Let's not cause any more trouble. However, they won't tell us anything. How are we going to find this person?" Ji seemed to have thought of something and quickly added, "Didn't those hawkers say before that his accent didn't sound like he was from Jingdu? He should be from another place. The sect returning ceremony is around the corner. There are many people from other sects coming in. Could this person be one of them? Perhaps we can start from here. Otherwise, we'll have to alert Master." However, there were so many sects from other places. Trying to find a person here was like looking for a needle in a haystack. For a time, they were in a dilemma. "No matter what, we have to give it a try. We have to find that stone.